Turn it on and dive right in. Press play, the show begins. Unfornicated with a twist so bold. Stories untamed, let the plot unfold. Click that button, join the run. Videos bright as the morning sun. Laughs and thrills, it's all cascade. Welcome to the world of Unfornicated. Every clip's a wild surprise. Through the screen we touch the skies. Unfornicated's got the groove. Always fresh, always on the move. Come along, don't hesitate. This channel's fire, no need to wait. Content's blazing, hearts elated. Your next obsession, Unfornicated. So like and sub, don't be misled. Dream big here at Unfornicated. We're here to shine, no masquerade. Stay a while in Unfornicated.
hey, Zoo Crew. Welcome to another Unfornicated stream. Please bear with me as I'm trying to get my shit together yet again. Taking a page out of DP's book and trying to start the stream off without audio problems. Small steps. Small steps. You know, it's been a really crazy couple weeks. And specifically, for me, I had a lot of stuff going on with work. Olivia's going through her Regents exams and also doing her finals. I have some, a lot of work stuff going on, some maintenance and stuff like that to work on. And just can't get out of my own way. And to be perfectly honest, Mike's been doing his membership streams. So, that's kind of like wanting to support those first and foremost. And I wanted to be part of that. So I'm realizing that I don't have, that's what I'm looking for. There we go. I did not have my chat docked. Go figure. So first and foremost, let's kind of get caught up on a bunch of stuff that's been going on. Mike, first and foremost, let's congratulate Mike on hitting 2,000 subs and having an epic membership drive. You bastards are trying to kill the poor guy or get him divorced. One of the two. Good news is he's raised up enough money to start the Global, so that's great news. And yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I don't even know how much hours he has. What, 8 hours left? I think. Interesting. To put it bluntly. So congratulations to Mike on hitting 2K and doing his stream and doing the work, or at least planning to do the work. Together with Rhetoric, and a few other people. So good luck. Wish you the best. I hope you survive. On top of that, DP Debunks hit 1,000 subs after a quick push from, I think, last night. I don't know. I was at a blues concert and sort of fell asleep with my phone in my hand, waiting for it to start. And I woke up sometime around 10 o'clock this morning. So I missed it all. DP, congratulations. So I guess that makes you full partner status now. So keep up the good work. I would just like to say that I am very, very happy to be part of this like Derp Venture crew that we have, outside of the Drunk Debunk Show, DP Debunks, and myself. And then we also have Max and his team. We have MC Toon and all the other debunkers that are out there. Curious UK Debunks, Misinformation Agent, and quite a few people who are basically making sure this shit does not go unchecked. Because we saw what happens when it goes unchecked. And that is the theory of, well, that's the genesis for tonight's stream. So in Discord, I'd said that I was going to possibly stream tonight, and I was kind of kicking around some ideas, and I was just kind of, I was going to wing it. Pure and simple. But I decided that winging it wasn't necessary, because if there's one thing Flat Earth does, it's the gift that keeps on giving. And I do not want this channel to be entirely composed of Flat Earth bullshit. But since it's here, and since we're here, there were some claims that were made that I felt should be addressed, because it's my work, it's my wheelhouse. I'm the radio radar guy, right? So let's kind of go over some of that. Let's see. What are some other news? Other news, Max and his team ended up becoming full-time partners because of a heavy push to get their watch time up and their subs up. So congratulations to Max and Dr. J and Issa. You guys obviously deserve it. If you could throw a few more subscribers my way, I wouldn't be disappointed. All kidding aside, I don't do this for subscribers. I don't do this for anything, really, except for boredom. And because I don't want my daughter seeing this stupid shit online. But while we're here, let's have fun doing it. So you guys get to basically experience my sense of humor and the way I teach. And this is how I teach everything in my professional life. And one more announcement. I was able to get a new coffee mug. It's actually my new favorite coffee mug. it is, bring it back here. It says world's greatest dads with Darth Vader. So thank you, Olivia. I appreciate it. And no, that is not coffee tonight. So let's talk about tonight. So there were two specific videos that were released. There was one from the Globebusters that was basically well, I guess sort of a quick greatest hits of some radio arguments, so to speak. And then there was a podcast that Witsit went on, and he made some more claims. So what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to go through my notes, because I really actually had to go back into my I had to go back into my Radio 101 books to kind of like remember some of the whys, because there's so much to learn about any certain topic. It's like, especially with the radio and the different intricacies and the different nuances that go on with it, because a lot of things with telecommunications, regardless of what it is, whether it's fiber optics, radio, or copper, or smoke signals, there's not a whole lot of definites. Everything's kind of like grayed out. So we're going to, yes, I suspend, obviously, for the ladies, you got it. So let's kind of, I tell you what, let's go ahead and pull up some of the claims to start with, and we'll just kind of go from there, because I find that sometimes, I don't want to misrepresent them. I want them to use their own words, be big boys, use your own words. Tell us what it is you think and why you think that, and, provide your evidence, because what's a claim without evidence, right? But, yeah. So, let me just say first and foremost that, one, DP Debunks and the Drunk Debunk Show, Mike, love you both. I'm so glad to be part of this Three Musketeers of Dirk Venger-atude. I thank you guys for helping me with my channel, my content, and also doing things. For those who don't notice, there is a slight change to the visuals around here, and there's some subtle things that I made based on some communications I had. So we're going to go with that. And to the Zoo Crew, and that means everybody in chat and everybody who's watching this, you are a member of Zoo Crew, pure and simple. DP let the cat out of the bag. I was talking about a Zoom call is going to be recorded because, he can't keep his damn mouth shut. No, I'm kidding. It's open knowledge. That's the way we're going to do it. Time zones are a pain, and they're a thing. They're hard to kind of come over and there's three of us. So whether it's DP going to the outback or going to a wild animal park to get eaten, or Mike having family stuff or being sick or whatnot, and myself with my family stuff, it gets hard to schedule. So you got three lunatics with varying schedules who are trying to schedule together, but we are going to just record it and then put it out, make it easy. But that being said, this community I would not be here without you guys. And I thank each and every one of you. And I appreciate each and every one of you for the views, for the comments, and for the support, because on days where I don't want to record, you guys are right there saying, no, dipshit, go press record and get that shit done, because we're tired of waiting. But that being said, we have the Catharsis 2 videos out. The next one out is going to be HARP. I'm actually got that recorded. And now I'm working on the editing, which after a healthy dose of DP Debunks helping me with that, because we've seen his edits are light years ahead of mine. He provided some insight, provided some links. I found some tutorials. So hopefully the next one is going to be a little more leveled up and less like a neophyte that's like, ooh, look, I'm going to play this fun transition that doesn't make any sense and last forever. But, you get it. But yeah, let's, I'm going to do, so that's one project we have. The next one coming out, I was going to actually save this topic that we're doing tonight for a video, but I'm like, you know what? No, because it's going to take a week to put it together. It's going to take a week to edit it. And I don't give a shit to put that long. I want to nip this now. Kind of like with Battle of the Beams. You know, I spent 2 months on that and I felt like I gave them 2 months to run with it. And I don't want to do that because this is bullshit. Pure and simple. But yeah, and then we're also going to start working on some 5G transmitters as they are injected into your body, apparently. We're going to work on some 5G absurdity and might go back down to Antarctica for Project High Jump. I might be sitting on that for a little while because I know there's some other channels who are going to be doing some stuff that I highly respect and can probably put in a hell of a lot more effort and a better video than I can. So I might just cool that back a little bit. We'll wait and see. That's the conspiracy that just keeps on giving. That's the one that's always around. Kind of like how HARP is. So, but yeah, we're going to go there and get that taken care of. All right. Oh, last thing. I bought a string deck from somebody here at my in my area who was a teenager going to college who is no longer streaming. So thank you. You know who you are. I appreciate it. Still haven't quite figured out enough of the buttons yet, but I got that one figured out. But we're going to be using those because every time we hear a claim that, you know, is utter bullshit, I wish I had the recorded bullshit from CC, but I don't. But we'll work on that. Well, we're just going to do, for those who have kids or those who may have played Roblox or, you know, maybe watched Flatzoid's keys to Roblox and how to win at Roblox or whatever that fucking video was, you might be familiar with this sound. So we're going to use that whenever we see a faceplant or the mental gymnastics that fails miserably. So without further ado, yeah, actually DP and I, DP, let me know if you actually talked about your upcoming projects or not. But DP and I were actually having the start of a conversation about AI and how people use it and how it's basically making people dumber. And I'm going to probably do a video on that and we'll go from there. I also realized I did not set the latency to ultra low. So that's going to be a pain tonight. So it's going to be very delayed whenever you guys hear me and you guys reply and I finally look down to see it. I'll work on it. My apologies. So let's pump up the first video. It's about 6 minutes. And you know, I'm going to pause it a couple different times to kind of just make note of something and we'll go from there. So let's transition this across. Hey, look, everybody can see that. And we got the desktop audio ready to go. So let's see what horseshit this is about, huh? DP says, no, has not spilled the beans on that one yet. Just no one knows about the OnlyFans. Okay, well, there's a couple things that maybe DP and I are going to be collaborating on because we have a very similar sense of humor and we have a very similar, you know, style of things. So it's something that we might be able to do. And believe it or not, it might not just be conspiracy related. It won't be it won't be striptease related either, but you know, take your pick. So we'll go through and what's going on. So let's go ahead and turn this on while I drink heavily for the next 6 minutes because this gives me a headache.
Like there's something called ground wave radio transmissions.
So we can shoot them from,
and so we can shoot them from, according to the military, 3 meter tall tower, a horizontal line of sight propagation over 800 kilometers, right, from like a 3 kilometer, so I mean a 3 meter tall tower.
Sure, I'll drop a citation.
Yeah, sure, I'll drop a citation. So the point is that I want to see if you can answer the question, which is that if we,
but we'll get back to that. By the way, ground wave propagation. Witsit conflating a few things because the higher frequency you go, the harder it is to do ground wave propagation. And I think what he's referring to is there's multiple propagation modes available to use, and he's conflating a few of them here, but we'll come back. A little echo. Oh, I know what it is. Hold up. Thank you for that. Yeah.
We shoot the propagation. I actually showed this on my last debate, right? Military document. If I shoot horizontal ground wave propagation from 10 feet up and I shoot at 497 miles, right? How could I reach my target almost 500 miles away if there should be 32 miles of vertical earth curvature blocking the horizontal propagation of the radio wave?
Wave guiding.
Wave guiding.
Yes.
Okay, you want to explain to me what you're attempting to say?
I'm attempting to say that there are physical principles that we can use to guide waves.
Like what?
In this particular case, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's okay to say you don't know.
But that doesn't mean that. And again, you haven't shared the reference with me, so how would I have any idea that what you're even claiming is real?
So, wave guiding. Doesn't understand what wave guiding is. Well, yes, there are different mechanisms we can to basically guide a wave, and there's different propagation methods that we can to reach longer distances. He asked for a citation. Didn't provide one. He just says that we use ground wave propagation. Okay, great. Here's the problem. And this is something that's kind of going without saying, kind of shows that when you know a topic, you kind of know what the variables are that need to be answered before you can say something like that and make a claim. Now, he's not making a claim. He's just repeating a claim that the military says we can do. So kind of taking some cues here about military distances and things like that. There's a few different things that could happen here. But the first question that needs to be asked is, what's the frequency you're dealing with? Because that matters. Because if it's under 3 megahertz, then that's ground wave propagation. And those can go very long distances because they're very long wavelength. That's how there's submarine transmitters in like North Dakota that reach out to the Pacific and the Atlantic because it uses ELF. Because that follows the curvature of the Earth. Now, when we get higher, 3 to 30 megahertz-ish, remember, when I'm saying these numbers, keep in mind that there's buffer zones on either which. That's where the gray areas are. So when you get in high frequency, which is HF, that's 3 to 30 megahertz. Well, that bounces off the ionosphere. But we'll come back to that one because he has some very specific things to say about that. And then there is VHF, which is 30 megahertz and upwards, and also UHF. And SHF and EHF, which goes up to like, I believe, 300 gigahertz. These are technically line of sight, still subject to refraction, still based on a model that's 4/3 the radius of Earth, still has a radio horizon, which flat Earth cannot explain. Okay, so let's go back to a radio horizon real quick to make sure you guys understand this. The radio horizon is just like an optical horizon, but for radio waves. So it's a little different than, say, the 7.6 or 12.7, or the different ones based on the wavelength of the light or electromagnetic field. Now, the horizon is just like a regular horizon. So as the curvature falls away, now that single shot keeps going further. So the problem that we have is that we have a radio horizon. I can watch a ship go over the horizon, and I can be talking to a ship and realize that I can no longer talk to them from, let's say, 40 miles away. But I can still talk to a plane that is directly above them at 40 miles away or even 100 miles away. And they can relay my message back to that ship. So flat Earth will say, well, it's attenuation. No, it's not. Because how can I talk to a plane that is twice as far away and not even that high? I'm not talking about like 10, 20,000 feet up. I can talk to a plane that's directly above that or even further and communicate with them fine, and they can communicate and relay the message back to the other ship. There's no reason for a radar or a radio horizon on a flat Earth. Explain that to me. Explain why UHF line of sight communication subject to refraction doesn't go from California to Hawaii. We can use VHF to do that under very specific atmospherics, but we can't do it every day. Why not? Explain that to me, please. Because there's no answer. But let's just hand wave that like every other flat earther, and let's move on to say, what else are we going to claim here and talk about? Oh, let me go back to this. So what I believe he's talking about is called tropospheric scattering. Blah, 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 excuse me. Tropospheric scattering. We talked about this in the ACE High Network declassified file, where we talked about basically the use of the common volume between two stations, the tropopause, which is the barrier between the troposphere and the stratosphere, which is where the airplanes actually fly at. And because of different nuances, it acts like sort of like a mirror, sort of like a rear view mirror is your common volume. You can both see the rear view mirror, so therefore you can still both see each other. That's kind of like what the tropophause and common volume is for troposcatter. And the thing about troposcatter is it scatters mostly in the same direction it's going into. But these antennas were so large and they had so much gain and everything else for the signal that they only needed 1/1000th of the actual signal to come in for them to be able to communicate. But again, we covered that in like a 2-hour-long video. Let's not worry about that. So I think he's talking about that, but in his personal incredulity, he's talking about like, well, it's just something you guys made up, as opposed to, no, it's something we can model mathematically. It's something we can actually prove mathematically, and we can prove with application, because flat Earth has never applied anything. Pure and simple. So let's go to the reception of the transatlantic radio signals by Marconi, because this is one of those globe killers. You ready for this?
We were discussing how in 1901, Marconi and his assistant sent radio transmissions out over the Atlantic. His detractors told him they wouldn't go any further than 200 miles maximum because the curvature of the Earth would block it. He tried it anyway, sent out horizontal line of sight radio transmissions, just shot them straight out. And they were received first attempt 2,200 miles, over 2,000 miles further than they should have been on the globe Earth, according to the prediction and where the curvature should block it. That's when they then invented what's called now the ionosphere, where they claim that the Earth's curvature blocks a lot of the radio waves. The rest keep going towards space, then reflect back down off the ionosphere. This is what we call skywave propagation in this globe paradigm that made up an ad hoc idea that they couldn't prove at all, and in fact had to change a lot of what they say goes on. It is said that radio waves topping out with frequency of about typo, that there's 40 megahertz, bounce off the quote-unquote ionosphere in what is called skywave propagation, depicted to the right here. You see it'll go up towards the ionosphere and then bounce back down, up, down, up, down. Very high frequency signals, VHF, with frequencies above about 30 megahertz, quote-unquote, usually penetrate the ionosphere and are not returned to Earth's surface.
I just want to pause. I'm going to cover all this in a second, but I want to pause here for a minute. Understand the terms. Usually. He said, he has 30 megahertz, and it's actually a typo for 40 megahertz. No, actually, military only counts 30 megahertz. Anything over 30, because we don't use VHF because that's the license band for civilians. Now, while we don't really give a shit if a civilian has a license or not, we try not to step on them. That being said, when we're talking about these frequencies and everything else, it usually penetrates. And again, I'll come more into this, but we talked a little bit about this during the Battle of the Beams one, because again, you could start seeing some overlap here, right? It's latitude dependent. It's also dependent on atmospheric values at that time. Those values change daily. And I'll show you how we know that. And I'll also talk about how they, quote unquote, ad hoc this excuse, I guess, to save the globe. I don't know. We'll come back to it, I'm sure.
It's important to take note of this. Frequencies above 30 megahertz are supposedly going to go right through this ionosphere. This creates what is called a skip zone or dead zone. You see the gap there as it goes up and comes down. There's a huge area in between that you can't receive the signal if this was correct. 30 megahertz. anything above that or topping out at 40, then it goes through the ionosphere. If you look at these records, they're pretty telling. You have in megahertz, the frequency in megahertz to the left, this left column right here. Hopefully you guys can see this is megahertz. And it's going up higher and higher. So this is significantly higher, of course, than 30, or the top should be 40, they say. So these can't go off the ionosphere. Okay. So if we have like a 100-foot tower or a 300-foot tower, we can only send these out so far. I mean, the Earth's curvature is going to block it at, say, about 200 miles. Well, here we go with, say, 106 at the top. 106 megahertz was shot 1,055 miles. If you come down here, you see 2,500 miles, 1,100 miles, 1,500, 1,500, 1,400, 106.5 megahertz, 2,500 miles. These are the...
So I'm going to do more of a video on this because this requires some nuance, but I want to sit there and highlight the one that he just identified. If you look at this, this is coming from, what was it? Station Kilo Kilo Lima, Quebec. And it's going to a station that was received in Hawaii in 1993. Now, you notice he's going down the first line, then he's moving over a few columns, moving down the second or the fifth line, and then he's going to go even further. There's two columns that he omits for whatever reason. The second column, the color-coded one, that's the propagation method, because distance records are maintained based on propagation methods. Again, I'm going to go over this more in depth in another video, maybe a live stream or things like that to kind of explain things. But there's various methods that we use. He doesn't touch it. He goes right over it. Doesn't realize that these two letters actually stand for something. So that line between San Diego and Hawaii, it says TR. That means it stands for tropospheric conditions or tropospheric ducting or tropospheric scattering. Take your pick. It's kind of like it's a catch-all for anything within the troposphere itself. Well, what is between Hawaii and San Diego? I mean, I've gone that way multiple times on a ship, and I don't remember seeing any mountains or any kind of line of sight that would get in the way. The only thing that gets in the way is curvature. But there's a shit ton of ocean water that is over that. Ocean water that is very cold because it's Pacific. You can get a temperature inversion really easy in that. In fact, we'll come back to that and talk about that a little bit later because he starts to bring this up, that we're talking about something that's just made up, another ad hoc bullshit, right? But what I want to point out is this. You see the two endpoints, you see the frequency, all valid information, great information to have. Missing the information in the middle. If you go all the way down, there's other ones, AU, that's Aurora. That means there was a geomagnetic storm. But the two ones that he doesn't touch is the second column with the colors, with the propagation method, because either he doesn't understand them or he knows that it's something that he doesn't want to address. And the date. Why is the date specific? If the Earth was flat, and this was fucking easy to do, why has this record stood since 1993, the year I graduated high school? Yeah. Anyway, we got a couple more minutes of this derpitude. Let's see if we can get through it without me having to do shots. Because, again, this is only 120 years of fucking science that's been worked on.
Verified and recorded records. Here we go, 106.7, 2,140 miles.
Correct, Marcus.
Well, if it's supposed to get blocked at 200 miles, and things over 30 megahertz go through the ionosphere, how are we sending 106 megahertz frequencies 2,100 miles?
Because he doesn't understand it, so therefore fake. I guess. That's what comes to mind.
This actually, debunks the globe. How do the radio waves work?
This is the simple reality, Witsit. You are delusional. You imagine that you have
You're
an
not very
understanding.
professional.
I'm not at work. Am I at work? Am I getting paid
you're
for
in an
this?
intellectual setting and you're being
I'm not. I'm talking to a delusional man.
Can you explain the radio waves? Okay.
So let me explain it to you. And what PhD Tony was trying to say before you cut him up with ad hom. He's telling you, you have not applied this. You read something somewhere. You think you understand it. Therefore, your personal incredulity is like, oh, I was wrong when I said that it was more than this, can't do this. So now I have to make something up and say it disproves the globe. Yeah, get bent. That's the first video we have. The second video here is going to be this one. And this one is a 2-hour-long video. And what we're going to do with this is not to worry. I'm not going to play it for 2 hours. Yeah, intellectual, because one of those people is intellectual, and it was the guy with the PhD by the name of Tony. And as Tony says, it's not intellectual. I'm talking to a delusional man. Fitting. PhD Tony has some great one-liners, and I love being around him, I tell you what. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's try this again. So, by the way, this is part of the Flat Earth Comeback Tour, apparently, because this was from 3 weeks ago. He was on this podcast. So we're going to. He talks a lot about geocentrism and kind of how he got things and stuff like that. And for whatever reason, this is the part where he talks about the proofs that are undeniable to him. If I unmute it, let's go.
And then the falsifications, like some of my favorite ones are radio waves and microwaves. Yeah, there's one test that was done. You can look up SORA, I believe it's called, or LoRa, LoRa. And it was like this super long range, high frequency radio wave. It was like a 12-foot fishing boat and then a 5-foot buoy. And the signals were sent and received from like 837 miles or something. It should have been blocked by the curvature of the Earth at like 10, actually under 10. So you sent this horizontal line of sight signal out over the ocean, and it should have been blocked by the curvature of the Earth, like a giant hill, right? Should have blocked it at like less than 10 miles. First attempt, they received it 837 miles away, and it's over 900 megahertz. So they claim that these signals, typically they claim they bounce off the ionosphere and come back down.
That's what I was going to bring up, like the ionosphere.
We're going to stop because this is where he starts getting into the stratosphere or the ionosphere and stuff like that. So because this guy from the way forward is right on line with him and starts on the conspiracy field. But let's kind of pause for a moment here and let me address this thing. It's called LoRaWAN, okay? It's kind of like the Internet of Things. It actually uses a cellular backbone or even a satellite backbone, but it doesn't apply to this case because this was from a tracker going to a gateway. Now, gateway to gateway is going to be satellite, fiber optic, cellular, any medium that you can pick. So in this case, it wasn't the first time they got it to work. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. It's like they're trying to see how far they can push this and under what conditions they can get this. So, and I actually pulled up the real numbers here because, obviously, I mean, he called it SORA, and he called it SORA to begin with, and he called it LoRa, and it's actually LoRaWAN. So that's LoRWAN. And you guys can look this up yourself if you'd like to. So the original record was in 2021, and it was 832 miles. And it was basically from Portugal out to a fishing vessel. And then it expanded further to like, I forgot, I actually can't find a more recent one. I didn't even look at it. I think it's 1,300 miles or something like that now, or 1,300 kilometers. So let's talk about what LoRaWAN is. LoRaWAN is not microwave. In the RF world, regardless of what Wikipedia says, anything 1 gigahertz or above is considered microwave. 900 megahertz or 400 megahertz is not microwave. Now, why did I use 900 and 400? Well, because when it comes to LoRaWAN, there are specific frequency ranges that are used for individual countries because, again, overlap, right? Interference. So for Portugal, it's like between like 435 and like 480, and another one's in the 900 or 800 to 900 range and stuff. I actually had this on X because I was talking to Caleb about this, that he coincidentally no longer answers. But one of his minions came to White Knight, and I had to basically watch him fall face first because, again, someone else who doesn't understand radio besides Caleb and Witsit. So what LoRaWAN is, okay, it's low power, it's long range wireless protocol. It doesn't send a lot of information. It's more or less a handshake. It's like for tracking purposes, like for fishing gear and things like that. So it's ideal for remote sensors and, people trying to track their goats in the Alps. Okay. So the modulation that it uses is it's what they call chirp spread spectrum. Fancy term. It just basically means it spreads its signal across multiple frequencies over time. So it makes it resistance to interference because it's frequency hopping as it goes through. It's capable of digging signals out of noise because you don't need a very high signal to noise ratio. You could have a shit ton of static and be able just to make out something, and you'll be able to pick it up. Now, how can it go that far if the Earth is curved, right? Or even further? Very simple. The equipment manufacturer that actually made these equipment and actually is the one who did the test and submitted it for the world record even goes on to say in their actual release that it is extraordinary, implying that it wasn't planned and they were surprised. Now, why were they surprised? Well, it's not like they just did this one day and said, oh shit, it went 1,300 kilometers. No. They've been trying it since 2011 or 2021 when they had 800 kilometers, and they were trying it before then. So it's not like they just go out, try a test and say, hey, we got it. Earth's flat. No, this is something that goes on all the time. This is stuff that they're constantly testing, improving, working on the modulation protocol, working on the communication protocols, working on the antenna design, the transmitter design, all these other things that go into a radio communications. It's not like they just this isn't two strings in a fucking cup where you run out a string as far as you can and say, can you hear me now? It's the difference between can you hear me now and can you hear me never? There's like these multiple variables that need to be addressed. So is it line of sight? Yes. Is it subject to refraction? Yes. 4/3 are. Is it subject to other atmospherics like tropospheric ducting? Yes. Is it prone to other things? Can it do skywave? No. No one claims it does. So it's not HF. So this is the reality check. Yes, it was line of sight, but line of sight subject to refraction to begin with. And it's also subject to other atmospherics. There's no terrain on the ocean. And because it's salt water, it doesn't lose, it's not attenuated. The signal is not attenuated very high because salt water has the conductivity of 1,000 times more than clay on the ground. And the other thing, there's no physical barrier, just waves. And it's a lower it's lower frequencies, 800 to 900 megahertz. And it's high sensitivity. So the antennas have gain, the receivers are very sensitive, and these are one-way transmissions. He just has to transmit from the ship to the gateway. And that's it. He's not reading War and Peace. He's not sending a fucking email. He's not buffering a porn video. So they don't, and then another thing is they don't stop at the edge. There's propagation that goes into this. Like I talked about ducting, and we're going to come into ducting here in a minute and go over that. But I want you guys to kind of just listen some more about some of the stuff and how confident he is about some of the stuff. Both of these gentlemen are because look, just watch the dumpster fire while I drink.
That they bring up.
Exactly,
Yeah.
which of course was just proposed with no evidence once Marconi showed that we could send signals 2,200 miles first attempt over the Atlantic Ocean. And so that doesn't even work though with this one, because they claim the ionosphere is 40 megahertz. Oliver Heaviside, who was actually a genius in electrical field theory, he helped them come up with this to save the globe, basically, because assume the globe, therefore there has to be an answer. Okay, that, you know, whatever.
Right.
But he was very brilliant with electrical field theory and ether. One of the fatherheads. But anyway,
of course, Witsit loves this guy because he was big in ether. We'll come back to Heaviside. He actually was brilliant, but we'll come back to him and talk about why.
So 40 megahertz, anything above that, then the frequency would penetrate right through it. So basically it's like anything 40 megahertz or lower, correctly, they say that it would reflect back. It would, you know, assuming it's there.
Right.
So, which we don't do that, but if we do that, it would reflect back in theory, right? But if as soon as the frequency, 41 megahertz, it would penetrate straight through it, just because of the way frequencies interact, you know? And this is 912. It's not even close.
Right.
And so with some of like the 2, 3, 400s, they came up with stuff, more theoretical nonsense built on top of the assumption of the ionosphere. And they say there's ionospheric clouds. So like there's density regions there that all of a sudden it goes
just
up.
Pop up at the right time.
Yeah.
Right.
And they can't even propose a coherent theory for it. I'm talking like Harvard and Stanford. Like they don't even know how to make it make sense in theory, much less like go get measurements or something. But the most they've even claimed with that is like 200-300. This is 900. So it would go directly through the ionosphere. So the point is, it can't work on the globe. It's like a physical falsification, and it went straight there and they received it 812 or 837 miles. So it took a little time to lay that out. That's one of my favorite ones though, is because I've tried to still man any possible response to that. Right. And it's like, it has to just curve around the globe somehow. And, you know, tropospheric ducting is something that they'll say. And it's like,
what is that? What do they claim that is?
Basically, it's that based on the weather conditions, there's an inverted temperature layer. The layers invert. And so it's like a mini ionosphere down here in the troposphere, the lowest layer, and it traps it. Right. But then that's such a rare anomaly that temperature inversion. Obviously, it's called an inversion because it would be the outlier, right? And it would have to have gone for over 800 miles, which so like, you know, the same weather conditions with this very rare inversion layer, 800 consecutive, look, impossible.
Impossible.
Never. And
right.
of course they didn't actually go measure and prove that was there or something. They're just backfilling whatever excuse they can make.
Right.
Because it's always the same thing. It's like, assume my belief, therefore this must happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one of them. And then, so like microwave transmissions, radio wave transmissions. I like laser tests. I like when they're done.
God, there's a lot to unpack there. Like somebody's moving. There's so much to unpack. So we're going to talk a little bit about this, okay? And they covered two different topics, and they kind of went sideways and talked about one and said how that was all fake. Then it came back to the original topic again. But let's just. Look, we're here to unfuck stupidity, right? So because of that, we have to subject ourselves to stupidity. So let's unfuck it. Pure and simple, okay? All right, let's have a quick talk. Now, get comfortable here because this gets painful. All right, let me find my notes because my notes are important. So I also want to bring up some other things, like some wonderful pictures and stuff like that we have. So first things first. Let's see. Let's move chat over here. Let's move this over here. There we go. All right. Why is my mouse today is like freaking out. It's weird. Anyway, probably just have to charge it or something stupid, but hey, we're going to go through what's going on tonight. So, okay. before Marconi pulled his transatlantic stunt in 1901, there's a dominant belief in physics and engineering circles. Okay. And that predominant belief was simple. Radio waves behave like light because they're part of the EM spectrum. They travel in straight lines and fade over distance. Not complicated. So in other words, line of sight propagation only. And once they hit the horizon, gone, game over, goes out into space. This is what the prevailing thought was before Marconi. Now, this made sense, I guess you could say, at the time, because radio waves were only really discovered by Hertz in the 1880s. It's less than 20 years old. We didn't know everything about it then. It was a petulant teenager, for saying another word. So Maxwell's equations were still being digested. And this is like only within elite academia. It hasn't really made its way out to mainstream yet. And most wireless experiments were low frequency, low power, and short range. Simple. We wouldn't get into what's now going to be called UHF, SHF, and EHF because there were no vacuum tubes at the time. Vacuum tubes weren't invented until like 1924 by RCA. So we could only go up to HF or 30 megahertz at the max because that's what we had until we had vacuum tubes. So there were skeptics to Marconi. Like Marconi is saying, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to change the world. I'm going to be able to talk across the ocean. And it made it sound like everyone was like, nah, that's not going to work, dude. There were some skeptics. There were some people who were like, well, we don't know, so let's see what happens. There were some people who were actually excited about it and wanted to be part of it. The most famous skeptic was a guy by the name of Lord Kelvin. Brilliant guy. But he also declared that Marconi's plan was a hoax. So, look, we're all prone to mistakes, right? He basically said that radio would never go across the ocean because radio waves, like light, will follow the curvature of the Earth and vanish into space. Again, prevailing scientific thought at the time. So now comes Marconi in 1901 and can now turn around and does a transatlantic communication. Now, before we get into what that actually implies, let's talk about how he did it. So he originally had a fan-shaped wire array that you see in the thumbnail, and it was suspended from 20 wooden masts. Each mast was 200 feet high, and they're arranged in a circle. And it was several hundred meters of wire that kind of came down into this like almost cone shape of this fan. And then the transmitter power is between 25 and 35 kilowatts. Not a lot, but definitely a lot for the time. In today's day and age, not much, but for the time, that was like an obscene amount of power. And the frequency they used was basically 500 kilohertz. So that it wasn't even 1 megahertz. So they're talking about, basically using medium wave. Okay. So it's below high frequency. They're using medium frequency. So to help you visualize this, I want you to think of this. It's a forest of poles, okay, supporting wires spreading outward like a spider web of doom. And it was designed to shove as much power as possible into the sky. That's what its main reason is, okay? But it gets better or worse. I guess it depends on who your homeowner insurance is at this point. Because the original antenna collapsed in a windstorm right before he started to do this experiment. So he had to rebuild a backup version with only 4 poles, but it still got the job done. So imagine what he would have been able to do with 200 poles and this huge ass antenna. So he sends out this signal in 1901. Okay, we talked about the transmitter. Now let's talk about the receiver. Okay, because both sides kind of go hand in hand. You need one without the other. Let me preface this by I'm not making this shit up, okay? This is one of those stories that you're like, wait, what? Like, just bear with me. In Newfoundland, okay, the antenna was a single long wire suspended from a kite or a weather balloon. It was about 400 feet in the air, and the length of the wire was about 100 meters or so. And the detector was connected to an earpiece, which is like very crude by today's standards. So the wire comes down, right? It's hanging down. Then the receiver is connected to the wire, and he has a headset on. And he's listening in the static for anything. So again, let's go back to a visualization, okay? We're talking about a guy in a coat on a cliffside in Newfoundland, flying a kite with a wire hanging from it, hoping to catch the absolute faintest whisper of a sound in static from across the Atlantic. It's like celestial fishing line, okay? And he received the letter S, 3 short dots. That's all he received. That's all he heard in that transmission. And it was because it was a Morse code. And it went across 3,000 kilometers of open ocean, no undersea cables, no repeaters, no anything, just raw power and willpower. So why did this work? The wavelength was huge. It was going to follow the curvature of the Earth somewhat. Just because something uses skywave, like his drawing with those little, triangles saying it goes up and down with skip zones, it doesn't mean it doesn't have direct wave. It doesn't mean it's not a directional antenna. It doesn't mean it has all these other variables that you're ignoring entirely. They blasted it with a shit ton of power. I mean, if we go back to the antenna, like Marconi didn't really understand why he built the antenna as big as he possibly could. Because he figured more antenna, better reasoning, right? Made sense. At the time, he couldn't know that the way he built it and the size that he built it was perfectly matched mathematically for like a quarter of the wavelength that he needed. So he overbuilt it and lucked into it, which is just crazy. But that's the way some of these things work, right? High power. Between Cornwall and the UK and Newfoundland, maybe somebody from the UK and chat can help me with this. What's between those two places? Oh yeah, a lot of fucking salt water. Again, high conductivity. Go figure. Low noise floor. Nothing else was emitting anything in the EM field between those two sites. There's no cell towers. There's no satellites. There's none of this GPS. There's none of these navigation buoys. This is 1901. I don't think we have a plane in the air yet. It's like going into a padded room or a padded cell and screaming and realizing it's not echoing. There's nothing there. It's silent. It's like going in a sensory deprivation tank and not hearing a thing. Or if you're like me, you go scuba diving and you go down very deep and you're at like about 100 feet and it's dark and you close your eyes and you can't hear a sound but your own breathing and your own heartbeat. That's what he's transmitting it. It's easy to pick out a signal from that. If nobody has electricity and you're the one person with a light bulb, everyone's going to see the fucking light bulb. So the ionics, because of its frequency, it did an ionic sphere propagation or ionic bounce, okay? So it accidentally exploited skywave propagation. Great. So why it worked is because Marconi didn't know it yet. No one knew it yet. No one knew how it worked. So there was this question of how did it work? Well, we know now that the signal bounced off the E layer of the ionosphere, even though no one knew what it was, and that the long wave radio hugged the ground as a ground wave over salty water, where the attenuation is low. And between these two, it was able to basically have two direct signals come to the receiver. the waveguide, the ionosphere helped trap and propagate this particular frequency. So let me kind of share with you a little bit about what we, actually, let's come back to this. I'm almost done with Marconi, and we're going to go into what actually happened. Okay. So the aftermath is, oh shit, suddenly long-range radio wasn't pseudoscience. It was actually a real thing. It was testable, it was exploitable, it was repeatable. Obviously, the first customers in line were the Navy and military, planners who are freaking out in a good way because we don't need to string wire everywhere now. And then wireless kind of became a global obsession of sorts, especially for maritime safety, military communications, and eventually broadcasting. So 1901 happened. Now what? Well, here's what happened. Shortly after that, in 1902, two individual scientists independently theorized about the ionosphere being able to reflect radio waves. We're talking about kind of like a mirror, okay? It was Oliver Heaviside, that Witsit just mentioned that he's a big fan of because of his ether work, and another guy by the name of Arthur Kennelly. He was a US-based scientist. So they theorized that a layer of ionized gas high above Earth could reflect radio waves. And it would basically explain how Marconi received a transatlantic signal just a year before using a specific frequency. Now, since those waves should have disappeared over the horizon and some kind of atmospheric reflection was their best guess. So was it ad hoc? I wouldn't say it was ad hoc. Was it a guess? I mean, if you're scientifically illiterate, you could use the word guess. It was a hypothesis. Not hard. Something must be doing this. Let's make a hypothesis. Hey, I think there's a layer up there that's reflecting this. Cool, let's go prove it or falsify it. Simple, right? Now, here's the funny thing. Witsit seems to think science stopped right here. I guess this is the great reset of the mud floods, and all science stopped, and everything from here on out is just bullshit and make-believe. It wasn't. And let me explain why. So that theorized layer would actually carry Heaviside's name when they went around to naming layers. Okay, again, he theorized about it. They decided to name it after him. Now, here's the funny thing. Even though he theorized about it in 1902, it wasn't directly measured until 1924. And it was measured by Edward Appleton from the British, or from the UK, that proved its existence experimentally. And basically, he went on to win the Nobel Prize for this. Now, if you watch the Battle of the Beings video on the Drunk Debunk show, you would maybe recognize the name Appleton because he was a big part of how they were able to discern how Knickerbein worked. So Appleton comes in, kicks the door open, and basically says, I'm here. So he took this hypothesis and went out set to prove it. So he used a technique. I'm trying to think of the terms now. Hold on. He used a technique called frequency sweep reflection. It's where I'll come back to it in a second, but just bear with me. It's a specific technique with a specific purpose. So this experiment, I guess the best way to explain it is this. He transmitted medium wave signals from 500 kilohertz to a few megahertz. So, 1 and 2 megahertz vertically into the sky. Now, when I say vertically, you're talking about vertically polarized. This way, the signal is basically up and down and not very wide. So that way it doesn't lose a lot of power as it's going across the ocean, right? Then you measure the time delay and the interference patterns between the direct ground wave that was falling over the curve of the Earth because of wave tilting and wave guiding and things like that, and the reflected wave coming back off the ionosphere. Now, this created an interference pattern called a fading pattern because one would interfere with the other. but you can measure the time delay when the direct wave got there versus when the ionosphere got there. If it was just direct wave, there would be no difference in time. But because there was a difference in time, that implies it took a different route. And if it's slower, that means it took a route less direct. There's nothing between Newfoundland and Cornwall. So unless it went out for a burger in Greenland, the only way it could go was up. So this fading pattern would shift depending on the frequency and the ionospheric height. So now we have our first measurement. What he noticed was that some frequencies were reflected. Some were absorbed, meaning there was no end reception of a signal. It just vanished. And others passed through if they exceeded what they call critical frequency. So how do we know that they passed through? Well, this is where things get kind of a little bit more different. We're hypothesizing that they pass through. We could see that they're being absorbed because you can actually take a measurement of it and see that you're getting the frequency at certain heights. And as the heights get higher, like in a weather balloon, you can see that you're no longer getting that frequency, but you can get other frequencies. So let's say low frequency A is absorbed, and at the receiver that's on a weather balloon, you see no spike for frequency A. So now you have frequency B, and frequency B is all of a sudden right in line. You're seeing it great. Everything's, wonderful. So, in the middle, say 30 megahertz. And let's say you have frequency C, which is higher, that you still have really good signal on, but you're not getting a reflection. Okay, that infers that it's passing through. So it basically confirmed that this reflecting layer existed. Its height varied between 60 kilometers and 400 kilometers. And that its ability to reflect was dependent on frequency and solar activity. Because what does the sun put out? Radiation. What does radiation do? It excites ions. What does exciting ions do? It creates a larger ionosphere of excited gases. All right, skip ahead. 1930s, 1940s. Again, Appleton won the Nobel Prize for this. 30s and 40s, now we start naming the layers. We identify that there's actually 4 layers. So here, let me show you something real quick about what I mean by 4 layers. Let's go over here. Let's break this up here, and let's kind of zoom in a little bit. Okay. Here we go. So you have the D layer, the E layer, the F1 layer, and the F2 layer. So what we're able to do, the scientists got to be able to start splitting these layers into, based on altitude and kind of behavior, okay? So the D layer, which is the lowest layer, right? It's right above the tropopause, right at the start of the stratosphere layer. That absorbs low frequency, medium frequency, especially during the day, and it's useless for bouncing because it's not very ionized. It doesn't have a high charge because it's the lowest layer. Layer E, the next layer up, right? That reflects HF, and it's best for what we call regional HF comp. So you want to keep it like, under 2,000 kilometers. The F1 and F2 layers reflects higher HF. So instead of like the E layers say 3 to 10, the F1 and F2 layers are going to be 10 to 30 and even up to 40, depending on your latitude and the different conditions. This is key for global HF communication. And these were identified using IOSONs, which is basically a vertical, it's an ion sounder, it's a vertical radar device that sweeps through frequencies and measures the echo delay coming back. So no delay, no delay. Hey, I got a delay. I got a delay, I got a delay, I got a delay, I got a delay. I no longer get the delay. So we can actually say, here's the frequencies that are reflected. Here's the time it takes to get the reflections back. Now we can guess estimate what the layers are and where how high they are. So done, right? Not quite. Because when we deal with this stuff, the fun part about it is this. Because the Earth rotates and there's a night side, it's shielded from the sun, which means it no longer gets ionized radiation. So what do those layers do? They compact. The F region compacts into F1 and F2. The E region stays, and the D region goes away because the radiation does not get that far anymore. It didn't have a lot of radiation to begin with, so now it's gone. It's not being filled. It's not being redone. It's not rinse, repeat until the next day. That's it. So this is the 30s and 40s. Now let's jump ahead to 50s and 60s. Now we have space, we have satellites, we have solar and geomagnetic influences. We have satellites looking at solar flares and, you know, how they affect these different layers and how they're going through it. We found that 3 to 30 megahertz can be reflected depending on the time of day, the sunspot activity, the angle of incidence. VHF, which usually penetrates unless there's a sporadic E cloud or a meteor scatter gets involved, because yes, a meteor, which again, how does that happen on the firmament, comes into the atmosphere. The friction it creates excites those atoms and creates charges. So if a meteor comes in, you can use the path of that meteor to reflect signals off of. It happens. An airplane flying through the troposphere, especially during times where that layer comes down, an airplane flying through the D layer can also charge the atoms and create a reflecting layer there. Again, independently verifiable by thousands of radio operators. This isn't hard unless you don't know what it is. So basically, you know, it took, we have the measurements of time delay. We know what we know what the different things are as far as like, what layer are going to reflect what. We're able to time the delay of the return to know how high they are because it changes daily. Okay. So let's talk about the TLDR of this whole thing real quick. Okay. The ionosphere is a radio nerd bat signal. Okay. It screams up at the sky at various frequencies and times how long it takes for it to scream back. Pure and simple. That's all it is. And from that, we can figure out what kind of chaos is going on, what the distances are, and how we can plan our communications according to that. Again, I'm in an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Western Pacific. I need to know this shit because I need to communicate with all the other ships. I have a very nervous admiral on board who wants to be able to talk to all the ships all the time. If Marconi was the guy kind of throwing radio waves across the Atlantic and just saying like, hey, take a look, right? Appleton was the guy who said, yeah, but why did it work? And then he built a machine to interrogate the sky and get those measurements. All right. So the ionosphere was not, it was hypothesized. Is it an ad hoc? Okay, if it wasn't maybe expanded upon later, then yes, it absolutely is an ad hoc. But because it was tested later, it's more of a hypothesis. Not hard, not difficult. It's just, it's ignorance. It's a plead from ignorance. I don't understand, therefore fake. According to Witsit and flat earthers, all science stopped at 1880, where the Great Reset was, after Michelson and Morley, or whatever. Science continued. To this day, science continues. Communications is one of the most studied fields because of the implications on a global scale. It affects everybody. Okay. Let's tell you what, we're going to take a quick break because I need to pee because I've been sitting here for a while. So Conspiracy Music Studios has something to say about our guest. And if you are not subscribed to Conspiracy Music Studios, and I assume that everybody here is, while this is on, go do that.
Yo, it's Witsit. Gets it. Step into the mic, bro. Talking flat earth. Get ready for the hype, bro. Aced algebra in school, honors too, bro. Gravity's a lie, yeah, I'm in the zone, bro. Electrostatics, that's the real deal, bro. They say the earth's a globe, but that ain't right, bro. I'm the best flat earth debater, bro. Humbly, opposition ain't on my level, so, but let's not get too technical, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. Our model, though not defined in full, bro, is superior. Your model's falsified, bro. Van de Graaff generator, electrostatics amaze, bro. Made objects change weight, just a phase, bro. 100 volts per meter electric field, you know, bro. Flipped it with 400,000 volts, whoa. Small things floated, defying gravity like totally, bro. Next I'll rub a cat to a brick to show. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. MC Tune and Globers, you can't deny, bro. Witsit gets it's here to testify, bro. Most times I don't remember you exist, yo. I'm the flat earth king, you better believe it so. Moon phases are like a magnetic cycle, bro. Center of a ferrocell, image magnets glow, bro. Charge up and down, etherically displaced, yo. Kinematic equivalence explains it all somehow, bro. It might sound tough, but let's skip details, yo. You might believe I have an amplitude for math, ho. It's all just a lot of salad in my words, yo. Words, yo, words, yo. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. And what happened is they brought in Einstein to totally save their physics redefined, to flip physics all on its head, bro, to keep Earth moving around the sun, you know. And in the magnetic torus field, I say the path of planets fits perfectly, yo. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. If this debate was a rap battle, I would have totally won.
Okay. Now, don't worry. We're going to take a moment and we're going to recap this at the end. So that way, if somebody wants to make a clip and send it to them, you're able to. All right. We're going to talk briefly about tropospheric ducting and why it's not make-believe or ad hoc or something else that we don't actually know about. Radio has been tested and applied and engineered for 120 years. You don't think we would learn some shit in that time? Okay. That's not what I want. Okay. So, shit. Where did I put? Where did I put my ducting pictures? I know. Oh, I know what happened to them. Okay. We are going to. Whoops. All right. Here we go. Ducting occurs, like Witsit says, in two different methods. An inversion layer, which is a warm air layer that sits over cold. So generally speaking, higher in altitude you go, colder it gets. However, if there's a temperature inversion, the higher in altitude you go, the warmer it gets. Now, this occurs primarily over the oceans. Yes, it's rare, but it's not like once in a century. This happens pretty relatively common in a sense. And here's the kicker. We can forecast it like weather. We can predict that it's going to happen. And then we test to see if the prediction is right. When was the last time a flat earther could predict anything? You can't even predict when the sun will rise or where it will rise without using globe math. Okay, so when you have this inversion layer, you can see that what happens is that when the warm air is above the cold air, the humidity spikes. This spike in humidity changes the refractive index, which makes it like a mirror if it's high enough. So if the cooler air is less humid, the warmer air is more humid, and it gets past a critical point, then it creates like a mirror and it creates a duct, for sake of another word. It's a virtual duct for as long as this temperature inversion goes. Well, now here's the question, like, how long does the temperature inversion go, right? Well, it's funny you should ask. Because remember, I said we can forecast this shit. And we can look at things like propagation methods. Now, we use different colors on certain things. This is from, let's see, this is from today at midnight UTC. Also go to 3 o'clock UTC. Maybe. See, there's red areas here in the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, just outside the Persian Gulf. You kind of see that there's red areas out here that goes towards Hawaii. And you kind of see that there's, some other ones that are down over here, almost like there could be some weather. Now, these aren't very strong temperature inversions. For a strong temperature inversion, you're talking about here's some right now, some different measurements that are going on for different frequencies to identify where you can propagate. Where's the one here? So here's one out of California, or out of the US. So this pink right here is an extreme induction layer. So you see a little pink surrounded by the red. Red is rated as an 8 or very intense. And then you have the pink. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to zoom in a little bit here so everyone can see this. So you see this pink, see the red, see the orange, see this red down in here. What do these reds all have in common? Oh, maybe because it's over the ocean? That might have something to do with it. Wow, that changed quick, didn't it? We still have one coming off of North Carolina, though. You could probably get a nice one coming out of North Carolina going across to Bermuda. Maybe not now. Maybe. Nope. So when you're looking at this, you're seeing how these are measured and forecasted. So how do we measure these? Like, we're talking about a temperature inversion. How do you measure these? It's like, if we go back to the picture, that's Audacity. Did I close the picture? I probably did, because I'm an idiot. let's do this. Let me close this for a second. Oh, here we go. Okay. So here's the first one, right? This is the one that's on the ground level. Now, this only really works over ocean because it's on the ground level. Because salt water has a higher conductivity, that's what's going to allow it to work this way. If this is over the ground, you're not going to get as far because the ground attenuates the signal. That's why that tropo record between San Diego and Hawaii wasn't between San Diego and Maine. It wasn't because from San Diego to Juneau, Alaska. Because the ground is going to take the charge out of the signal and weaken it and attenuate it. But there's also another one that we can talk about. And the other one we're going to talk about is going to be this is less common. This is what we call an elevated tropoducting. So you have your mild, drier air on the bottom. Then you have cold, moist air in the middle. And then you have warm, dry air at the top. So the humidity layers on the outside of those of that duct is what creates the mirrors. And because it's the moist air, it's going to stay in that because of the refractive index. So those drier air above and below it act like the mirrors that keep that humidity down and reflect off of it because of the change of the reflective index. Now, I'm going to pause here because I've seen quite a few comments in here from Mark Leach. Mark, I don't know about you, but you sound like an RF engineer, at least somebody who's done a lot of this stuff or a radio operator, because this is stuff this isn't secret knowledge. This is stuff that you learn in Radio 101. This is stuff you learn before you can even turn on a transmitter. This is stuff I learned in the first week of tech school. And Marcus Leach, I've been seeing him in the chat. He's talking about VHF and different propagation methods. He's talked about like TV and broadcasting. He was also talking about tropoducting. He was also talking about the inversion layers and things like that. He's absolutely right. He's basically jumping ahead to where I'm at now. Because I wanted to address the ionosphere first because it was just such fucking ridiculous that I figured it needed to be addressed first. But let's talk about this now. So I'm going to keep this up. Just notice this is more rare than, say, the other one. Usually the surface one is more viable because the ocean, you don't have to have two events happening at the same time. You just need to have one event, and then you can use the ocean as the other mirror. So in this case, VHF and UHF, meaning up to 3 gigs, can be trapped in these ducts, okay? So instead of shooting off into space or fading into static, we have basically a physical phenomenon that happens in nature that shows this. Now, how can we guess, or how do we know that this is what's causing it? Because we send up weather balloons. There's all sorts of prediction models from the weather and things like that to where we can actually predict that these happen. And as we predict that these happen and we validate those predictions, we can refine or falsify. We can falsify or we can refine those models better to make our predictions better. See, in radio operating, there's this hobby called DXing, which is how far can I go? And these people are looking for these ducts. They're looking for the geomagnetic storms. They're looking for the sporadic E. Now, I didn't really touch on this, but let me touch on this now. Sporadic E is in the E layer. And the E layer is it's that second layer, right? So D, E, F, 1, and 2. In the E layer, there can be clouds of ionization. So F gets most of the ionization, right? From the solar radiation. It bleeds down into E. There can be clouds, just like in regular weather, of high ion gas. So what that does is those clouds also act like mirrors. Now, it's called sporadic E because it's not the whole layer. There's certain areas where they are. Here's the thing. We know that they're there because we can test for them. We know they're there by how they affect certain communications. Now, this isn't just one mirror. It could actually carry the signal along, kind of like in a duct, depending on the frequency and depending on its angle of incidence, and drop it out the other side. Here's the thing. When they talk about these things like these long distance records, they don't talk about the propagation method. They talk about the frequency, they talk about the endpoints, they talk about the distance, but they don't talk about the propagation methods, and they don't talk about the date. Why does the date matter? Let's find out. So actually, before I get to that, I have some notes here that I just missed. I forgot to expand upon this. It says, so how do we know that these inversion layers are there? What it is we create vertical profiles. It's like we call them N units, November, the letter N units, and it's the refractive gradient from vertically from the surface all the way up. So what they're looking for is a layer where the temperature increases with altitude. It's an anomaly. A sharp drop in humidity above a moist layer. There's your mirror. That's going to change the refractive index. And then that combo means that you now have a super gradient and a duct is likely. Again, words matter. Generally passes, likely is a duct. Doesn't mean it is, it likely is. There's variations. Now we can calculate the modified refractive index, these M units or N units, right? From sounding data. So if the gradient is less than 157 N per kilometer, you're in super refraction. If it's less than 157, but more up to 300, now you're in ducting territory. So it's a fancy way of saying that the atmosphere is bending the radio waves. So super refraction just means that you have refraction like you normally do, but it extends it out further. It happens. Remember, there's no absolutes. But it's an anomaly. It's an atmospheric condition that's variable. When you get above super refraction and that gradient becomes a higher value of N units, up to 300, now you're in the duct. Now it's a duct that you're following through, like an air duct. So, we use weather balloons, ground stations, satellites like the GOES and the METOP, basically weather satellites to identify these, take a look at, where these could possibly be. And again, we forecast these. So, all right, so we showed a couple of these. Let me get caught up here. Let's have him on. Have who on? Oh yeah, Marcus, if you want to come up and have a conversation, by all means, I'm happy to have somebody else. Director of Radio Astronomy Observatory. Holy shit. See, this is what I love about this community. We find somebody like, all right, so Marcus, you see he has his call sign there. His call sign is Victor Echo 3 Mike Delta Lima. And he got his license in 1986. And he's director of Radio Astronomy Observatory. Okay. I was nothing but a cryptologic technician in communications in the Navy. No college. I just used radios, basically specialized in HF, UHF, SHF. I stood a couple watch at some radar stations for an Aegis cruiser. I was stationed on an aircraft carrier primarily. I worked with E2 Hawkeyes. I'm very familiar with, the EM spectrum as a whole. One of the other squadrons we dealt with was the EA6Bs. So I always had to maintain, communications with our AWACS and also our electronic warfare platforms, because that's what protected our ship. And our ship happened to be a really big target that everybody wants to sink. But yeah, no, Marcus, if you want to get on Discord at some point, or we can do this again at some other time, and we can have a discussion offline to talk about some of the things we can talk about, I'm happy to do that. But it's nice to hear somebody else who is who's well-versed in this topic. So another person who's well-versed in this topic is actually another radio operator like Marcus. He goes by the name of Bull Knight. He's based around the Chicago area. He's on Discord. Smart guy. Him and I are the ones, he's the one who kind of helped me on some of my Battle of the Beams communications to understand some of these tools. Again, I'm not actually licensed by the FCC. I just had military, and I used commercial bandwidth for point-to-point radios between cell sites and between buildings and things like that. So I've learned my chops in the day-to-day application. I am currently working on my certification just because I think it's something that allows me to back up the bullshit a little more. But generally speaking, it's something that I should get done. It's one of those things that's like, I've been putting off for a few years now, and I should just give in and say, I need to get this done. That's all there is to it. So we can and do forecast these inversion layers. We can and do forecast how different atmospherics will affect our individual radio communications. So here, let me say that again, because I want to make sure that this gets right out here. We can and do predict and forecast how atmospheric conditions can affect radio communications, because it's important. It's important on multiple levels. We can and do test and measurements to identify these anomalies as they happen. We can and do forecast and test and measure when we get a geomagnetic storm and what that does. We can do all of these things. Flat Earth cannot. Flat Earth needs to explain why there's a radio horizon, why Station A cannot talk to Station C. If you have stations A, B, and C, A and B can talk to each other, B and C can talk to each other, but A and C cannot talk to each other. Why not? If the world is flat, that should be impossible. If the world is flat, there should not be a need for a radar or radio horizon. If the world is flat, what is causing those skip zones on HF for skywave propagation? Is it the firmament? Well, let me do a little tangent here. It can't be the firmament, because radio operators like myself, like Marcus, can do Earth-Moon bounces. We can do EME communications where we can bounce radio waves off the moon, and we can see on like an old 1950s style oscilloscope, we can see our transmit, we can see our receive, and we can measure the time between those two. Guess what? Comes up to just what you expect. It comes up at 2.5 seconds. So 2.54, 2.55, 56, all those different things that you can measure it to, depending on how many decimal points you want to go to. It comes up with 240,000 miles, give or take, depending on where it is in its orbit and all this other stuff. Again, not hidden messages, not hidden knowledge, common knowledge done by thousands of people. So it can't be the firmament unless your firmament is 240,000 miles away. And then you have other explanations you need to come up with, because if I point away from the moon, I no longer get that bounce. Now, again, this isn't easy. There's a reason why it's an accomplishment. It's a reason why it's a badge of honor for radio operators. There's a reason why people boast about doing it. Especially if you do it with your own signal, not just talking to somebody else. Okay. Here's the other thing. When we do our communications and we do radio communications, we apply the science. We have been applying this science since 1902. Whether you want to talk about refraction with Eckersley in 1932, you want to talk about Appleton and his the Heaviside layer in 1924 to 27, whether you want to talk about all the other advancements that came up through this, there is a very deliberate set of events that occurs as we have formed our knowledge. Everything didn't end at 1880 where we found radio and all of a sudden we couldn't explain anything else. No, everything's tested. Everything is actually verified. Everything is done. And it's not done by scientists with government grants. It's done by everyday radio operators who, again, work with engineers. And there's other engineers who aren't paid by NASA, like myself, who do this daily. And we work with radio operators, we work with other engineers, we work with scientists, and we build what we call recommendations based on the ITU, or International Telecommunications Union, which basically takes all these findings and work groups and puts them together to say, hey, here's a better way of doing this. This is what we learned this week. This is what we learned this year. This is now obsolete. Here's the new one. It's constantly refined. Why would it need to be constantly refined if I can pick whatever frequency I want and it can go to the same level? Why can't I communicate to a plane that's relatively low level, that's 100 miles away, but I cannot communicate to a boat that's 40 miles away if I'm using a line of sight radio, if the Earth is flat? They don't have answers for any of these. Why are there skip zones? No answer. You talk about there's no homogeneous routes for everything. No, there's not. There is one explanation. The Earth's the globe, and here's all the variations you have to contend with. RF engineering is one of the most difficult fields in telecommunications to manage because there's all these variables. When I do fiber optics, it is easy. It is basically point A, point B, what's my signal loss that I can base it off of based on distance, and what's my latency measurements. Those are easy because a fiber optic is constant. That medium is simple. I know the refractive index of the glass. I know how far it will go before the attenuation is too much. I know how much attenuation I'll lose in a certain distance. I know what the latency will be in that certain distance as well. That's easy. Put in radio, I got to deal with rain. I got to deal with fog. I got to deal with geomagnetic storms. I got to deal with, there was a blackout this week because of the geomagnetic storm that hit this week that caused issues on the HF spectrum and the VHF spectrum. People weren't communicating with anybody. It was just going haywire. It was like waking up in the middle of a party in a frat house that you had no idea how you got there. So that's what this is. We have now unfucked this stupidity. Everything he said was wrong. It's not ad hoc. It was a hypothesis. That was confirmed. That was tested. That was verified. That we still verify to this day. Tropo ducts don't matter. Or they do matter, but they're not, what I mean is not that they don't matter. They do matter. They're not magic. They're not unknown. They're forecasted and predicted. And just as a side note, because I know how much you guys enjoyed this shit, here we go. Here's some distance records for you. I'm going to talk a little bit about these distance records, okay? Oh, look. Here's one in 1986 that went 2,178 kilometers. You know what happened on February 6, 1986? One of our largest geomagnetic storms that hit the Earth. It wasn't a Carrington event, but it was a very large geomagnetic storm. So during that magnetic storm, they were able to go 2,200 kilometers. And not once, but twice. So when you see these auroras or AUs on any sort of spreadsheet, ask a flat earther what it means. Ask what the whole thing means, because they won't be able to tell you. The aurora is based on geomagnetic storms. That's easy. Meteors is based on meteors. Meteors that came in, excited ions, created a cloud that you can bounce off of. Sporadic E, clouds that were in there of ionized glass that allowed people to propagate. Can you predict those? Not as much. You still know they're there. You see they're there because they interact, not just by communications and whether or not Kansas can talk to Florida, but because it affects other things that goes through that. Again, we have weather balloons. We have ways that we can measure charges. We have all these other things that we can measure things. This isn't fucking guessing. Various tropo methods. Again, tropo meteors, aurora, rain scatter. So when you get to higher in the gigahertz range, now you have things called rain fade and rain scatter, where it's like a forward scattering. You know, we talked about tropospheric scattering as part of ACE high, where it needed to be 1/millionth of the signal, or 1/billionth of the signal. I think I missed a couple zeros. All these things are measured, and I just realized I'm not actually showing you guys this. I'm sorry. All these things are measured in these different ways. Like you have something here that says aurora, and aurora E, and aurora E. And again, February 86, what happened? Someone do a lookup on Google and say, February 86, geomagnetic, and tell me what the date was. Oh, I got a derpling in chat? Timothy Southwick, welcome. Welcome to the show. God, if there's one thing we enjoy is basically pointing and laughing at fucking retards. Your globe is said to have a physical geometric surface radius. Your base radius is 3959 miles with an equatorial radius of 3963 and a polar radius of 3950. Well, okay, you can copy and paste from Wikipedia. If you'll truly believe Earth is a globe, then simply provide physical evidence. Simple. Here's one for you. How much do you know about radio? Because this is what we've been talking about for the last hour or so. Why is there a radar horizon? Why is there skip zones? Why can line of sight communications not go past the radio horizon and has to be relayed by another station? What proof do you have it's flat that isn't some basis of we see too far and a misunderstanding of the basically variables at work? None? I didn't think so. Here's what I do on a daily basis. I have to account for refraction on my radio waves. I have to account for distance on my radio waves. I need to account for curvature with my radio waves. I also have to account for distances on fiber optics. I can run a test between two pieces of equipment, one located in Los Angeles and one located in Australia that goes across the Southern Cross Next cable. On a flat Earth, that cable, even though it primarily runs north and south, will be 25% longer on a flat Earth than it would be on a globe Earth. Now, I'm basing that off of doing the math and making some certain assumptions about the distance. But a flat earther has never been able to provide me with the distance between those two cities and show it to me, how it's measured. Do you know what a latency test tells me? That the distance of that fiber is exactly what it should be plus 10%, because that's what we account for to be able to do maintenances. When you hear about these undersea cables that get cut or get damaged or whatever, we have to be able to pull them up, splice them back together, put another repeater on them, and send them back down to the bottom. He's got an ID 10 issue. That's fun. Drop over distance values for distances from 1 mile to 10 miles are roughly 1 mile is 0.67 feet, 2 miles is 267 feet. Okay, so drop over distance isn't curvature. We measure curvature in degrees. So you're trying to apply a triangle to a sphere. That's like, do you do that in crayon out of curiosity? Because that's the only thing that makes sense. Those of us who actually do this on a daily basis understand exactly how we do that with, spherical geometry math. Not like, oh, point A, point B. That would be a straight line, and that's what the drop is. Jesus, you are like a low-level flirt. You might as well go back to kindergarten. Jesus Christ. All right. So I think we covered everything of Nitwit's or Witsit's thing going on of what he was saying. Radio is not magic. It's tried, tested, verified, and used daily. And not by people in the government. Not by people, well, yes, by the government, but also people not in the government. People who have nothing going in their lives, but want to be able to see if they're in Chicago and talk to some guy in Japan. Like my buddy Bull Knight. They're people who are there on the front lines in the case of emergency to get communications out, sort of like what happened with Hurricane Helene in North Carolina. Ham radio operators were there communicating, getting information out, getting news out, getting reports out, getting help. That's what they do. That's what they love to do. And not because they want to have that disaster, they want to be able to do their contribution to humanity. Flat Earth hasn't got any contributions to communications as a whole, much less something as nuanced as radio communications. We have a holistic view. We have a holistic reason of curvature. There are different variables and different propagation methods that allows us to communicate across the globe because the same radius applies in our world. Our refractive numbers that we use are 4/3 times the radius of Earth. That's our standard model. That changes, but that's our standard model to get us in the neighborhood. This has been verified and tested over 120 years. So thousands of people must be led astray or must be lying or whatever. Makes no sense. The fact is they don't have an answer, so that's why they dismiss it. The fact is they don't have any sort of their own predictive models or anything else like that because falsification is independent of replacement or whatever excuse they want to use. I can say tropo ducting gets me from point A to point B because I can see that it's forecasted, measured, predicted, and it connected. Why doesn't that connect every other day on flat Earth? There should be no obstacles. That LoRaWAN connection, why was it extraordinary? Why was it a world record? Why wasn't it done more often? Why did it take 3 years to go from 800 kilometers, not miles, 800 kilometers to 1,100 kilometers or 1,300 kilometers, whatever it is? Flat Earth has no answer for anything that goes on with radio. They keep trying to falsify it by using terms that they don't understand and not applying it. Meanwhile, people like me, people like Marcus, people like Bull Knight are out there applying it every day. Make it work. Or better yet, stop using it as proof at all, except of your own ignorance. So Timothy, when you're talking about lasers, I got a question for you. Are you accounting for any sort of scattering event? No, you're not. Okay, thank you. He's cutting and pasting from it sounds like he's cutting and pasting from like fucking X or something like this. Oh, God, I love cut and paste warriors. Don't they see, look. You know what? I want to cut Timmy some slack. Because Timmy here, he's our first flirt to show up for one of our presentations, for one of our videos, and is here asking questions. Oh, no, he's not. He's just here doing stupid. All right. Look, Timmy, you better have a real thick skin because here on my channel, there aren't much rules except don't be an asshole. And if you're being an asshole, then there are no rules. I'm not going to time you out because your stupidity or your derpitude or whatever. Everyone else can mute you on their own. I'll let you go ahead and drivel on and prove how ignorant you are. And you can continue on about how you don't understand things like scattering or the EM field or anything else like that. And since you have nothing actually to contribute to this actual conversation we're in, as far as I'm concerned, you can just parrot away in the background. Eat your crackers, Polly. Anyway. Right. What's the beam divergence? What's the scattering? What's the atmospherics? So many variables. I can see light, therefore flat. Okay. Tell you what, why don't you go to Bob the Science Guy and ask him about, find the video for him regarding the, about the laser, about how he can see the laser by being below the laser, but he can still see the laser because of scattering, because of the light. You guys don't know anything. Yes, Aldebaran, you're right. Floor shitters always have to leave their mark. I mean, every dog does it when they walk in, right? They plop their ass on the ground, scoot around, leave their mark, and says, you know, Rex was here, and then they walk out. All right. We're going to take another quick break because I need a refill. And we're going to take any questions or anything else like that from the audience about anything you guys want to talk about. Either you can talk about anything that I said today. You want me to expand upon anything? You want me to talk about anything? Do you want to talk about future projects that are coming up? Do you want to talk about, I don't know, anything? Let's see. Holy crap. There are so many different videos to choose from on the Conspiracy website, Music Studios website. Who's going to favorite? Sorry, I give him my background, but he doesn't give a shit. He's still here spouting off, cutting and pasting because he thinks he's making points or whatever. He thinks he's dunking on somebody. He's the equivalent of a 7-year-old dunking on like on one of those plastic, you know, basketball hoops and thinks he's Michael Jordan. Oh, so Marcus, my background, like I said, is it's in military communications, cryptology specifically, doing radio and satellite communications for multiple deployments off the Korea Peninsula and also to the Arabian Gulf. In support of combat operations stationed on board an aircraft carrier, including loading crypto and for voice circuits between E2D Hawkeyes and EA6B Prowlers, and the ES3 Shadows for basically signals intelligence and communications intelligence. So that was the majority of my background. And then added to that, after I got out, I did 25 plus years in telecommunications, doing copper, radio, fiber optic, a little bit of everything. And been doing that since the 90s. So presently I am a network engineer, a senior network engineer for an internet service provider. And basically up until recently, I was, doing day-to-day operations, making internet work, making long-haul transport work across the country over fiber optics and other links. And then now I'm in cost reductions and trying to leveraging old 30-year-old technologies into cost-effective ways to communicate, I guess is the best way of saying it, and identify where we can save the company money, because I guess everybody wants to save money. It makes our shareholders happy. All right, I'm going to play a music real quick. Oh, no shit, Marcus. Okay, so I don't know what time frame you're in, but I was in the 90s. So I worked on the KG84, the KIC 13, paper tape readers. The system I used on the aircraft carrier was called TAC Intel. It was a Yuck 20. Yeah. 1950s technology during the 90s. Go figure, right? That's the military for you. Oh, you guys have them on Discord? Okay. Tell you what, I'll pop over there. I'm going to go ahead and play a song. I guess let's play the original version of the Witsit song, and then I need to get a refill. Then maybe I will try to see if I can find my other one and bring him up, and we'll go from there. So if you guys will bear with me for one moment.
Use Witsit, dissect, step into the mic, bro. Talking flat earth, get ready for the hype, bro. Aced algebra in school, honors too, bro. Gravity's a lie, yeah, I'm in the zone, bro. Electrostatics, that's the real deal, bro. They say the earth's a globe, but that ain't right, bro. I'm the best flat earth debater, bro. Humbly, opposition ain't on my level, so, but let's not get too technical, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. Our model, though not defined in full, bro, is superior. Your model's falsified, bro. Van de Graaff generator, electrostatics a maze, bro. May objects change weight, just a phase, bro. 100 volts per meter electric field, you know, bro. Flipped it with 400,000 volts, whoa. Small bits loaded, defying gravity like totally, bro. Next I'll rub a cat to a brick the show, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. MC Tune and Globers, you can't deny, bro. Witsit gets it's here to testify, bro. Most times I don't remember you exist, yo. I'm the flat earth king, you better believe it's so. Moon phases are like a magnetic cycle, bro. Center of a ferrocell, image magnets glow, bro. Charge up and down, etherically displaced, yo. Kinematic equivalence explains it all somehow, bro. It might sound tough, but let's skip details, yo. You might believe I have an amplitude for math, ho. It's all just a lot of salad in my words, yo. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. And what happened is they brought in Einstein to totally save their physics redefined, to flip physics all on its head, bro. To keep Earth moving around the sun, you know. And in the magnetic torus field, I say the path of planets fits perfectly. It's so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. If this debate was a rap battle, I would have totally won, bro.
All right, let's hop over and let's see if we can have Marcus have a conversation real quick. I'm gonna set this up. So Marcus, you're gonna be my mystery voice. All right, you guys sent this to me actually as a message, right? Tori did. Oh, shit. Tori, what? How come you're not? I'm sorry, Tori. There's no reason why you should not be in timeout. I mean, you should not be a moderator. All right. What channel do you guys got him in? Is he in my channels? Oh, I can have him in live stream guest on mine. If you want to drop the link to the Discord. Oh, there he is right there. He's Zoom through chat. Here we go. So Marcus, you're in the Zoom crew chat. If you go to the live stream guests, we can have you over there. And I got to set up some things here. Voice, input device, output device. There we go. That should actually work. While we're waiting for that, anyone have questions for today? Anybody have? Anybody want to tell me which of the two Witsit songs they prefer? I kind of prefer the first one we played over the second one, but they both have different uses, so to speak. Hey, there we go.
Okay, do you have me?
Yeah, Marcus, I got you. You got me? Hold on. Let me go to... I'm sorry. Hey, Marcus, you there? Yeah, I can hear you great. Let me just turn you up a little bit for everybody else. Well, welcome to the stream. Thank you for finding your way here. I think I've seen you around a couple different times. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay. Yep. I was just dropping the YouTube feed because otherwise I get, doubled up audio. And
it gets a little discombobulated for a while there.
Yeah.
So you were with Nortel up until 2006. That's crazy because or 2008. Yeah.
2008, actually.
So I did the point to multi-point radio system.
I got graduated with a little bit. I'd actually worked in a different division than the wireless people. So
yeah, so I grew up on the old OC48s, the whole one big rack for one OC48s and the OC12s and all that stuff. So I've been part of the ISP world or ILEC world for quite a while.
Yeah. Actually, the last patent I filed at Nortel was I co-filed with one of the wireless people. I think that was the last patent I filed before they graduated me and 300 of my friends.
That is, see, look, you got patents now and everything else. You're making me look like a clown. I'm just out here spouting stuff that, I'm just spouting bullshit that I learned along the way.
No, the only clowns of the flurps, really.
So, as I was saying earlier, like my background is, cryptology in the Navy and stuff like that. So I was in communications. So, doing radio communications primarily. And then went into the ILEC world. So, copper T1s, T3s, back when those were really big, till it got to be fiber optics. And now I'm doing, the Sienna version called RLS. So, colorless, pathless, aggregate devices.
Right. Yeah. Actually, I think Sienna picked up some of our technology when we disintegrated.
Oh yeah, they just picked up what was left over from you guys, basically. Slapped their sticker on it and said, "Ta-da!"
Sure. Well, it wasn't just Sienna. A whole bunch of companies got to benefit from the collapse of Nortel. So it happens.
Now, Nortel was one of my favorite companies to work with because I can always count on getting a French Canadian with a rough accent to help me try to figure out how to troubleshoot something in the middle of the night.
Yeah. I'm not French Canadian, but I know what you're talking about.
It's not as bad as like calling British Telecom and getting a guy with a Cockney accent in the middle of the night trying to troubleshoot something where I can't figure out what he's saying. Yeah. So now you're a director of...
Right, your packet head is all right then. Your packet head is all right then.
Yeah, and the delay and Jesus, I'm glad I'm not in the knock anymore in that tier 3 support group where everything's an emergency and nothing is sane. So you went from Nortel then, and now you're the director of radio astronomy at an observatory?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of complicated. I mean, I went into semi-retirement in 2017, but I've been involved in radio astronomy since the mid 80s as a, kind of a side gig. And, since going into semi-retirement, it has become a much bigger part of my life. So yeah, I'm the president and observatory director of an observatory near
nice.
Ottawa, Canada. So we restored a former NATO satellite dish. Took us I think we started about 4 years ago, and the typical story of a bunch of volunteers with not very much money and a very large instrument to restore. So it took us a while, but we now use it and we support undergraduate education in astrophysics.
That is great. Yeah, those refurb projects, whether it's a 1940s receiver or something as large as a dish, to me, I always love those because parts aren't readily available, shoestring budget. You have to kind of MacGyver to make it work, and it truly taxes your brain to be creative to do it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've learned a heck of a lot during the course of the project. That's for sure. This actually would, comparatively speaking, this dish is relatively modern. It was built in 1971. So, it's not that old.
I mean, it's still 4 years before I was born. So
our previous project was, yeah, okay, fair enough. The previous one that we worked on for several years was about 10 years older, and it was built just before I was born. So, but it didn't go very well, and ultimately they actually demolished it 4 or 5 years ago.
Sometimes there's no saving, right? I mean,
it's gone. Yeah, I mean, this one was a political thing more than anything else. I mean, if we'd had the budget and the access and all of those things, we could have done, sort of the similar thing that we've done with our current project and actually be successful. But, politics.
No, that's so I have not been in radio astronomy. I haven't even been in optical astronomy just because I have a 14-year-old daughter, so she's been taking up most of my time for the last 14 years. And I tend to move around a lot, so it's like, I try to limit what I need to pack in a U-Haul.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's definitely something I've always been interested in because of my background in radio and stuff like that. So, I mean, I've done, quite a bit of different things, and
of course,
it's something that I enjoy. I mean, it's funny. I got into debunking because of my daughter, because she was on TikTok, and I actually got to see the metric shit ton of just crap that was on it. And while I wasn't concerned about my daughter necessarily falling in that trap, because she's actually a really intelligent teenager,
right?
Most of the time, but but I know that there's people her age who maybe not have the same discernment and might be subject to some of these things. So that's how I got involved, and then she actually helps me on my debunks now. So I think you're around on or you were talking about one time the Battle of the Beams debunk I did on the Drunk Debunk show. So, trying to re-engineer an 80-year-old system that a whole country of scientists and engineers with Nobel Prizes and an unlimited budget was able to create over a certain amount of time versus one engineer doing this part-time because of a full-time job and with no documentation, and not to mention no one's going to let me put up a 300 meter by 100 meter antenna in the backyard. The FCC would have a field day with me on that.
If the FCC didn't, then your HOA probably would. If you live in an HOA neighborhood, I don't know.
But it's And this is the thing, like, we're talking about like, refraction, we're talking about things like grazing rays, we're talking about ground wave propagation, and the variables that goes across it. Like most of these long shots are over the ocean. Why is that? Because there's no, the only obstacle is curvature, and the other obstacle is attenuation, which.
And you have this wonderfully conductive surface, right?
Yeah.
The ocean. And then you have this other quasi-conductive surface, further up, and it's kind of hard to define exactly where it is on any given day, but it clearly works.
And that's the biggest thing too, right? It's like, it's like, they will, I remember the first time I started having these conversations, they're like, well, someone says like, well, here's a world record that was done at 60, at 60 megahertz, and that's twice as much as 30 megahertz, which is what you says would be refracted. I'm like, it doesn't work that way, dude. You can't just say it's twice the frequency and assume that means something. It means nothing.
Yeah, it just means that, probabilistically, and given what we know about thin plasmas and ionization and all that stuff, this is kind of sort of where we can say there's kind of a
more of a speed limit,
right? And the problem is that it's like, it's kind of a cutoff, and for whatever reason, they're not happy with that. And the real world works that way. In the real world, no measurements are perfect.
Well, and here's something that Witsit said in there. He says, it goes up to 40, 40 megahertz gets reflected on ionosphere, but if you go up to 41, it just passes right through. I'm like, no, that's not how that works.
No, that's not how it works. Yeah. And it's not even reflection. It's a mixture of reflection and refraction, right? The ionosphere isn't purely a reflector, and you can get all kinds of weird effects in the ionosphere where it does these sort of little things inside the ionosphere and then comes out a little bit
because it travels along the ionosphere before it drops back out.
Because of exactly. So you get this internal refraction effects inside the ionosphere, and that happens in happens in fiber optic cables. Like, why is this such a mystery? It's like,
well, and the other thing I noticed, and this is something that I find just humorous because it just kind of shows the ignorance of like the application, is they think it is like literally they're in a bathroom with the lights off with a laser, like with a laser pointer for their cat, and they're shining it on a mirror, and it goes, and it points over to a corner.
Right.
And that's not how radio waves work because, even if it's a directional antenna, it has a beam divergence. And as that beam goes out, that whole thing gets reflected. So it's like there's other beams within this, or if it's omnidirectional, it's like it's not just a single beam. It's not a single light beam.
Right. Multipath, all stuff.
It's scale, it's everything else. It's a crazy thing.
Yeah, radio obeys all the same laws as any other electromagnetic radiation. The problem is that there's all kinds of confounding factors in the real world, right? There's mountains, and there's clouds, and there's inversion layers, and there's the ionosphere, and there's conductive surfaces, and all of this
non-conductive surfaces. Like
that we fully understand.
You throw this out in the desert where it's not conductive at all, and you're going to get trashed. And everyone thinks, oh, it's a great place to transmit from in the desert. No, it's not. It's the worst place to go.
Well, it depends. Yeah,
maybe to go upwards.
I mean, if you're using, let's say, KU band, and you have 2 towers, the desert is great because the air is nice and dry.
But again, specific to specific bands with specific applications.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. I mean, you were talking about rain fade, and it isn't. If you're in the field of doing scientific radio measurement, like radio astronomers are, then rain fade is actually an issue even at 1 gigahertz. It's small, but it's measurable. And yes, for purposes of ordinary telecommunications and radio communications among humans, it can be ignored.
At lower levels, yes, but because that's the application, right? It's point to point. I mean, but also when you have like rain fade, as you get higher up, and obviously that impacts, like it's hugely impactful at like say 29 gigahertz range. And then the other thing is your polarization.
Oh,
Like,
yes.
if you have a
absolutely.
horizontally polarized signal, it's
Yes.
going to be more subject to rain fade than a vertically polarized signal.
Right.
More surface area for the rain to hit. You know, for sake of a more simplistic way to explain it. And I'm in the Northeast up by New York. And when I was doing this job, I was actually in Boston. We had fog every morning. We have rain every day. It's like, you know, that's not counting like the snow and the nor'easters and everything else. So it's like, yeah, this is it was a very trial and tribulation world of trying to do radio in the Northeast in a city full of EM.
Yep. Well, particularly at the higher frequencies. Yes, absolutely. I mean, yeah. I mean, your link margins are, you know, on a good day or
Maybe,
let's say 15 dB, but on a rainy day, they may be like 5 dB.
Yeah. And even then, like, I'm
So,
trying to explain to like, you know, directors of sales engineering, like, this is subject to rain fade. If we're having really bad rain for a couple days and downpours, it's going to affect the signal. They're going to get errors. I hate to break it to you. There's nothing we can do about it. And they're like, and I made the analogy of like a flock of birds can fly through and cause an error.
I do have a funny story, kind of along those lines. When I was at Nortel, I managed our circuits into India because we had development labs in India, and those circuits had to be secure, so they appointed somebody from the security organization to sort of manage them. They were all satellite circuits, and management was getting really upset because, you know, twice a year we'd lose the link for a few minutes at a time due to sun fade. Right? Normal, ordinary stuff, you know, perfectly explainable by physics. Management wanted to know if there was something we could do about it. And I said, well, we could change the orbit of the Earth, I guess.
Well, since you come from a telecommunications background.
But to be fair to them,
go ahead,
a couple years later, they finally agreed to put in a fiber optic link to India, and we stopped using the
amazingly it worked.
But no sun fade at all.
I've worked on trying to explain, like, you know, flat earthers use the 95% of all communications go into undersea cables. So it's like, yeah, let me explain to you why. It comes down to bandwidth and cost. You know, the cost per gig of bandwidth on fiber is $30,000. Cost of 1 gig of bandwidth on a satellite is $100 million. And we can repair a cable. We can't repair a satellite. So I was like, it's simple.
Well, although Starlink is kind of changing.
Well, yes. I mean, I was going off of Inmarsat and some of those other ones. So obviously the LEO constellations of Starlink and stuff like that kind of changes the numbers, but it doesn't change the fact that you're presupposing that satellite is the primary form of communications because it's the most advanced. No, it's not. It never has been, never will be. But so I have a funny telecommunications story for you regarding one of our radios. You'll get a kick out of this. Dishes on the roof. The radio is actually on the top floor underneath of that. So we're running cables through EMT into this like closet area where the radio is, and this is where also the coax is. We're handing off the S3s and stuff like that. Every Wednesday every Tuesday and every Thursday at between the time of 7 and 8 o'clock at night, it would go down. Every night on every Tuesday and every Thursday. Could not figure out why. I was playing with, I'm checking forecasts. I'm checking, the radios. I'm checking all sorts of like performance monitoring. I'm checking everything I could possibly think of. Got to a point where go ahead.
Can I make a guess?
Yep.
Was it the cleaners?
It was a Nortel radio, so that may have made its rounds around there.
Yeah. I don't remember hearing that story at Nortel, but when you gave me the time frames and the behavior, I was like, yeah, it's probably the cleaners plugging in their vacuum cleaner into the same. Well, they were actually unplugging the radios. Okay.
Because they didn't give us like you know, like a rack mounted power. They're like, no, just plug it in here. It's like the most janky install I've ever done. And I was like, can we do something about this? Like, I'll bring in my own power strip and I'll zip tie it on, and I want to make this protected and make this a little more whatever. Like, no, no one ever comes in here. It's not a problem. Meanwhile, it's not even locked. I didn't realize that. They were coming in, unplugging something that just had a, you know, they couldn't tell where the plug went into because there's so many plugs in there. They used the closest one that happened to be the only one that I had available to use. Plugged it, was unplugging it to plug in the vacuum.
Yep.
And
yeah, cleaners are an interesting case study in when you're evaluating security of systems. I had a similar case at Nortel. I had designed and had constructed a secure room to run our CA server in, our public key infrastructure root, basically. And so I designed the room, I designed all the physical security, all of this stuff. And one day I'm in there with one of my colleagues and we're trying out this dual access system that I designed to make sure that you required people from two separate departments to get physical access to the server, right? Just one of those inside attack protections, right? So we're in there doing some tests. The door opens and a cleaner comes through with his bucket and all of that. And I'm like, what are you doing in here? It's like, I'm cleaning. I come in here every Tuesday. Like, you don't do that anymore. And I went to the physical security people who manage security for the whole building. I said, I gave you the access list for this room. Why did you add somebody to it? They said, oh, we always add the cleaners. Like, no, you don't. Yeah.
No, you don't. You don't.
In here? So,
you don't do any of that.
Yeah. Oh, it was stupid. I mean, I'd spent a lot of brain sweat working on that thing. And then one day this cleaner walks in. And this is exactly how sites get attacked.
Social engineering.
Because of stupid stuff
and in
like
cryptology and intelligence, you're taught about social engineering. Now, regardless of whether or not it's bright to teach a bunch of, late teens, early 20s about social engineering and how it could be used against somebody, to use that when they're at the bar, it's beside the point. But they're taught, we're taught about social engineering as a way to protect ourselves and protect our secrets and our businesses and our spaces and things like that.
Yeah.
And a very famous book is Ghosts in the Wires, about how this guy would literally social engineer his way into any server room like it was nothing.
Yeah, I can't remember whether I've read that book or not. Who's the author?
Hold on.
Do you remember?
It was Kevin Mitnick.
Oh, Kevin, yes.
Yeah, famous guy because of what he did.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was funny because Nortel actually brought him in as a speaker one year for like our annual security conference. And the organizers didn't really know who he was. And I mean, he gave a great talk and it was, fun and everything. And I took them aside later and I said to them, you do know Kevin's a convicted felon, right? Like, I mean, to be honest, he's a great guy. And I talked to him and everything. It was all fine. But it's like, we have a corporate policy about this, right? That was years ago.
That is hilarious because I can just see that happening on so many different levels. Well, Marcus, I'll tell you what, I'm glad you popped in. I'm glad everything came in. You can hop in anytime you want to have a talk on this. I think I'm going to do, something a little more in depth on the VHF distance records, because it's, just give it the kind of BS it deserves. And then, I also have one coming out on HARP soon. I'm probably gonna have that out this weekend, I hope. And then,
one of my instruments lives at the HARP site. So
it's funny because when I originally wrote this script, I was going over whatever conspiracy I see on, X, Instagram, whatever, TikTok. And
Yeah.
when I was finished with the script and I started recording, I forgot what it was. I was looking up something, like one of the facts, to make sure I had it right, because it didn't seem right. And as I was looking up, I came across the book,
Yeah.
Angels Don't Play This Harp. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And I started looking at it and reading it, and I'm like, oh my God, this is the harp Bible of conspiracies. This is where every one of these conspiracies came from. Earthquakes, mind control, geoengineering.
Right.
And all because of a guy from Arco who filed a patent because he wanted to basically make it so the government would buy the natural gas, so it wouldn't have to be go through the pricey conversion to be liquefied and pumped.
Oh.
So I was like, well, this is going to be a part 2, because this book is going to take its own video. It was written by a medical doctor and an investigative journalist. And to call this investigative journalism is like calling Graham Hancock an investigative journalist, just without the Netflix contract. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, there's so much conspiracy nonsense about HARP. And as somebody who has been involved in electronics since 1973, who's a licensed ham radio operator, who does, RF system design, it's beyond, beyond my ability to comprehend.
Oh, yeah. It's like, where did you come up with this shit? Like, the earthquakes one is the one that I love the most, because it's the most easy one to prove that's wrong. Like, HARP, not to give too much away from the script, but like HARP transmits at certain times of year for specific reasons. And the Turkey earthquake was in February. The last time it transmitted was in November.
All of that stuff.
Yeah, the portals, the mine. Yeah,
Interesting.
I mean, there's so
I did read
much
a
shit
paper
about
years
HARP.
ago.
It's like two people who didn't understand it wrote a sensationalized book that might as well said, I don't understand this shit, so therefore it's got to be something nefarious, and ran with it.
Yeah, well, that's the standard. That is the standard modus operandi for conspiracy theorists, right? Saying I don't understand, it must be,
To be honest, most of the HARP conspiracies were like in the corner of the internet. It wasn't until social media came to give every idiot a bullhorn that it became like every time there's a natural catastrophe, it's HARP. Every time a cloud has a funny shape, it's HARP. Every time there's a radar return from a test module, it's HARP. It's 7,000 miles away. How the hell did that happen?
Well, I've said this actually several times in several different forums, and that is, as somebody who can legitimately claim to have helped bring the internet to the world, I kind of regret parts of that now, because the crazy people who used to stand on the street corner and hand out a pamphlet once in a while now have a platform. They can now gather, 10,000 followers in a week. And it has become a nonsense amplifier. And that's one of the things I regret, as not quite one of the internet pioneers, but maybe, second
we
generation
brought it to the masses,
pioneer.
more to speak, right? CERN had it first, and then the military had it, and then the colleges had the bulletin boards and everything else. We're the ones who brought AOL into everyone's household. That's our fault.
Well, I was involved in internet technical standards for 13 years, I think. So I've written a bunch of internet technical standards, and I was on the board of directors of the IETF. Did some IT work, did some IEEE work. And I started being involved in the internet back in the 80s, when it was just colleges and a few commercial installations that had it. So I've been active in it since the 1980s. And what I've seen in the last decade or so, quite frankly, I'm appalled. But there's no putting this horse back in the barn, unfortunately.
Nope. All we can do is find a, find the really, I'm trying to make a right analogy. Find the ones that aren't racehorses and try to beat them into glue. And then if that doesn't work, try to beat them into paste. And if that doesn't work, then we just start beating the conspiracy theorists over the head.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few have been turned lately, and that's really good to see. But for every one that you turn, 5 new ones pop up.
And again, that's kind of like why I started the channel. And it's not necessarily to attack individuals. Like I hardly ever name anybody. I specifically named Witsit in this one because he was the one who made these claims. And I have a whole list of claims he's made on X about how certain radio things falsify the flat earth. And I've taken upon myself to start checking them off one by one. And the issue I have is just that, like, time and everything else, but it's getting to a point where it's, I don't do this full time, but at the same time, I need to start making this a priority of like, I don't necessarily need to go sit at the pool for the 3rd day this week. I can go record for an hour and then go to the pool or something like that. But the idea is that,
yeah, for sure.
I hope to reach people just as they're starting their journey down the rabbit hole, like before they pass into the colon kind of mentality, or they're kind of on the fence and they saw something and all of a sudden one of my videos might come up, and I try to do it in a humorous, albeit kind of sarcastic way and heavy satire. I mean, my last video had a line on there about you're better off water skiing behind a cocaine-fueled narwhal that's kind of taking a life of its own. I mean, it was about the physics of hole speed and displacement holes and sailboats, because that's something else that I know a bit about growing up in Southern California. So, yeah, it's, so I'm hoping that I can present it in a way that's entertaining, keeps up with the engagement, and at the same time can insult the idea without the people, so they don't have to sit there and claim ad hom over and over and over again because I'm attacking them for whatever reason. But the idea is that,
they will anyway, right?
Is to stop it before they get to the colon, and hopefully they see something that kind of pulls them out. Let's put it that way. You want to grab them by the ankles before they go too far in, and we can't do it like a Dr. Pole and, grab them and pull them out.
Yep.
But that's the mentality. But, well, Marcus, I will say it has been great having a conversation with you. I thank you for coming up, and thank you for coming in. Love to do this again. I'll see if I can get Bull Knight. I don't know if you're familiar with Bull Knight or not, but let's see if we grab him on, and we'll have like a radio nerdathon going on in the background. And
sure,
because he's like he's a big radio operator. He outfitted his truck with an insane rig. I'm gonna put it this way: as a telecom guy, his install is clean, like very clean. So not like half the ham operators I've seen where it's been like, dude, did you like route any cables or just let it go? But no, he's.
I have to admit to being sloppy about cable routing. I don't do these great big works of art that I know people who do this for a living are, that's what they do, right? I've never been really good at that. So
I had my other desk before I broke it. I had my cables routed with clips on the underside of the top, and it was like racetracks, and it was like all, curved the right way. They were all going the same direction. They all came out, and they all had like, the like they all had the the mesh wrapping around to keep them all, keep connected and everything else, and everything like, if it crossed over someplace that was, not readily seen as opposed to where it was seen, just because like my own OCD would kick in, because again, I've been doing telecom for a few decades now. So I take that kind of sort. I've seen too many closets and basements that made me want to like run.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, I was never really on the operational side of things. I was more on the R&D side of things, except for occasionally, like I
labs
mentioned.
never cared about cable routing because everything was temporary.
I totally respect the guys who. Yeah.
No, I did some R&D work with Fujitsu.
Anyway,
so,
thanks for
our labs were just, they were, clean areas that were a mess, but everything was temporary because you're going to be done in 2 weeks anyway, moving on to something else.
Okay, well, if we do this again, I might be able to do it from the observatory, and I can probably, you know, do a quick video tour.
That would be awesome.
If the connectivity cooperates, like inside our radome, like our Wi-Fi coverage from the base, well, not the basement, but the first floor,
Right.
is really crappy,
Right.
by design.
It's shielded for a reason.
So I do have an access point. Yeah, I do have an access point actually inside the radome, but I turn it
Right.
on when I need it,
Right.
and then turn it off. And I haven't actually tested it in like a year and a half. So
Well,
I have
that's a
no
good
idea
reason to
if
test it
works.
then.
But I'll let you know.
No, you
Yeah,
know what?
yeah, for
Actually, I
sure.
think everyone would like that. That would be cool if we could do that. I tell you what, if you want, you know, add me as a friend on Discord, and you know, let me know your schedule of when you think that might be able to happen, and I'll do my best to schedule around that and make that work.
Right.
How about it? Would everybody like to see the inside of a
I'll keep it in mind.
of a radome and of a radio astronomy rig? Why am I asking? I know the answer is going to be yes. So
Yeah. I mean, ours is not as impressive as some others, but you know, ours was built with
True.
sweat and love by, you know, just a bunch of
right,
volunteers.
you guys had to
so,
MacGyver where you could,
yeah.
and you know, did it, you know, and not that it's ever the wrong way when you MacGyver it, but you know, you pick and choose your battles, so to speak.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think that would be awesome. I would love to see it. I don't care if anyone else says I want to see it. So the hell with everybody else.
Sure. Yeah.
Look, everybody's like most deaf. Okay, everyone's on board with this, so I'm glad. All right, yeah, just drop me a line, let me know, and I'll be happy to work around your
I'll let
schedule
you know.
and get it sorted out. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you, Marcus. I greatly appreciate it. All right, have a good one.
Hey, no worries. It was fun. You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, let me just say, nerding out is cool as hell. And somebody who's that accomplished as Marcus is unreal. I don't get a chance to meet those kind of people very often because they're all retired and they don't want to deal with flat Earth or anything else like that. And the fact that you know, he took the time to jump in and nerd out with me on the telecom side and the radio side, that was really cool. I think that's the high point of my week. Yeah, awesome. All right, we've been going now for almost 3 hours. We have totally dismantled Witsit and his argument from ignorance. You know what's funny? During this conversation, I just got a message from my friend Bull Knight. You're going to laugh. Bull Knight, if you're in chat, you're stream sniping and you're being a dick. Bull Knight sent me, well, here, look, I'll just show you guys this real quick because this is fucking hilarious to me. Oh God, this is too funny. So he sends me this message. It says, Harp was harping over my house last week. And he has this circular break in his clouds because this is radio nerd humor. And he knows that I've been trying to like get something done on Harp, but I haven't talked to him in a while, so I don't know if he knew exactly how long I've been working on this or when I would get to it. But you want to talk about perfect timing for a comedian, for, you know, a comedic take. I'll take that. And Bull Knight's my radio friend. He does a lot of civilian stuff while I did a lot of military stuff. He's the one who helped me with the Kanikabine and Battle of the Beams. He made sure that, you know, my shit was straight and I didn't get too far into the weeds or go too far in different directions. And very helpful, very good guy. Hope to have him on. I think having him and Marcus on and, you know, find some other people who have some radio experience would be fun. Makes me feel like an idiot because these guys do it every day. Meanwhile, I'm watching Netflix because I don't feel like getting off the couch. But hey, I can't be everywhere all the time or something. I don't know. Anyway. Stop the Stupidity showed up. So mad I missed it, but that's rewatching will be for. Yeah, I agree. And hey, you know what? I appreciate the watch hours. We are 1/5 of the way, just over 1/5 of the way for 500 subscribers. We're at 130 something. And I'm at over probably close to 550 hours of watch time. So I'm 1/6 of the way to get to almost 1/5 of the way to get to the 3,000 hours of watch time. So we'll figure that out. But, you know, again, I don't really do this for views or monetization. I mean, click the merch store if you want to see some funny designs. Actually, you know what? While we're here, I want to talk about the merch store real quick because not everyone may have seen it. And we're going to have a quick conversation about this because I'm putting out a dare. I'm sure you guys are like, what the hell do you mean you're putting out a dare? Well, those you already know, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. So 2 things here that I want to show. And of course, hold on a second. Let me go to products. Let's see. Let me go to there. Let me go to home. Okay. Here we go. Let's transition over. So a couple things I want to bring up. And let me move this over because I have my notes in Discord here. Hold on a second. Sorry for the mess. I didn't really count on bringing this up, but now I'm going to because it's this. Okay, so the Unfornicated merch store. I kind of had the same mentality as DP Debunks. I do this because it's funny, and I get a laugh out of it. And I keep the prices at a bare minimum. I think I round up to whatever the dollar is. So I make anywhere from like $1.50 to like 96 cents per device, per apparel, or per item. So here's my dare, okay? So breaking news that we have is that I officially dropped the Code Talkers Unbreakable collection in the merch store. So this one is a little, actually, I'm just gonna read my little announcement thing here because it's a little better. For those who don't know, we did a Code Talkers a video about the history of some of the cryptology and you know, kind of how the Code Talkers saved basically World War II. So all right, so we dropped the Unbreakable collection in the merch store, and this one hits different. It's not just another sarcastic shirt or truth bomb or hoodie. It's a tribute to the Native Americans who used their voices as weapons when bullets weren't enough. So here's the deal. I always keep prices low, like I mentioned. There's a slight markup on everything in the Unbreakable collection, but that's for a specific reason. Every single cent of profit from this collection goes to the Native American Veterans Association, or NAVA. But we're not stopping there. From Memorial Day of this year, which was a month ago, through Veterans Day of this year, which is November 11th, 2025, every item you buy from this specific collection gets matched dollar for dollar straight out of my pocket. No fluff, no BS, nothing. On Veterans Day, I will be doing a live stream. I will be going over all the analytics from my store from that collection. You will see every shirt that was sold, or every item that was sold, what the price was. I'll have it on a spreadsheet, and I'll show it to you side by side with the website, so we can see the analytics, and you can see what my take home was. And I will match it dollar for dollar as a donation to NAVA on the stream, minus my credit card number, because I'm not going to show you guys that. If it's $500 that I have to donate, it will be $500 I have to donate. That's the dare. So I worked hard on the design. It's a design I love. I hope you guys love it too. what we'll do is we'll show one right here. It's so basically it says Unbreakable World War I, World War II across the front of the hoodie and the front of the t-shirts. There's also an Unfornicated logo in the on the tag. We have the flag on one side facing the right way. We have the Unfornicated logo on the right shoulder, and on the back we have Code Talkers. They were the code. So this collection is a fitted tee, a hoodie, a women's tee, a relaxed tee, and 3 different types of coffee mugs. I will match dollar for dollar all profit that goes out of that collection. There's your challenge. Share it far and wide, whatever. It's only Olivia's college fund that I'm using. No, I'm kidding. I have saved up for this because it's something that I believed in, something I wanted to make a contribution to. And I figured, well, why not make it something of a publicity stunt of sorts and challenge you guys to make it uncomfortable for me? There you go. So now the question is, what are you going to do about it? Also in the merch store, because it's funny, I made a design of the Dunning-Kruger National Park, where you can experience the view from the summit of ignorance. I actually like that one. I need to order one of those because I find that shit funny. We have the conspiracy trap, which is the do your own research. We have, and this one's hilarious because Tori bought one of these and wore it on Discord the other night. It was pretty funny, actually. By the way, Olivia helps me with these. Yeah, actually, you know what we'll do is we're going to go this. Let me go to home. Let me go to all the, fitted tees. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Let's go all the fitted tees. Here we go. Mental gymnastics with a face plant because it should be an Olympic sport for conspiracy theorists. And let's see. Occam's razor, cut the bullshit. The Unfornicated Files Declassified. Monkey has a shirt on its way. Monkey, I apologize. I thought I put it in the mail and it's sitting on my counter. I'm an asshole. I apologize. That's coming to you soon. And the Unbreakable one, and that's pretty much it. I'll be working on some more designs because, again, I find this shit funny and it's humorous. And that's where we stand on that. 100% Satan approved. Bezel light bulb. Be light Zabub. There we go. CK dropped the link for the merch store. But yeah, so if you buy anything else in the store, I'm not going to match that. It's specifically for the Unbreakable things. Now, if the Unbreakable things comes in and I only am donating, say, $100, I sold 20 pieces, then maybe I'll do the whole merch store because I think this is something that needs to be prevalent. The code talkers, as we talked about in the stream, are something that from a signals intelligence and cryptology point of view were the grandfathers. They're the ones that we follow. They're the ones who taught us what an unbreakable code is and taught us why it matters. Because of them, we started putting in a bunch of different security protocols. We started doing a bunch of different things, and we became more... We weren't just playing defense, we were playing offense. And that was the point. So again, anything that comes in that thing will be matched dollar for dollar. Outside the store, something else entirely. If you have any designs that you think would be funny, you can send them to me either in a DM or make up your own mock-up via AI or a bar napkin and a pen from Buffalo Wild Wings on a playoff night. I don't care. And shoot it over to me and I'll look at it. And if it's something that I laugh at, then I'll probably put it in the store because that's kind of the way I am. I'm kind of funny that way. Oh, Tori's wearing my hoodie right now. For those who are in Discord, find Tori and what video channel or voice channel he's at and ask him to turn around and model the conspiracy trap. Now, here's the thing too. One of the things that one person asked me, and I actually didn't do this. I always love having the design on the back of my shirts because I don't know. I'm a surf kid. Every one of my shirts growing up always had the design on the back and something small in the front. So I'm working on a flagship Unfornicated design that I want to get out with like a big logo on the back and a certain catchphrase, I guess you could say, in the front. But I've also got a few other designs in my head and stuff like that. But someone asked me if I could take this design and actually turn it around to the front. I'm going to do that. I just haven't had the time to do it. I will probably try to do it this weekend. I'm just going to basically take all the designs and basically just flip them. Take the one in the back, put it in the front, and we're done. Move on, right? I just got to find a way to name it a little better. Change the description, stuff like that. But anyway, the Aussie pricing is hugged. But I know what I'll be spending my NASA shield check on. Melodome telescope and Unbreakable. Yes, by the way, outside of the Unbreakable ones, if you don't have enough for a t-shirt, but you still want to contribute to converting a flatty, I highly recommend Melodome and helping him get his hydrogen alpha telescope. So do that too. We have a lot of things going on in the community. I'm happy to be part of the community, but a lot of what I do is, if none of you guys are here, I'd still be doing it, but it's more fun with you guys here. But yeah, you know what? You guys are great. You guys are wonderful. And I love you guys. And if you guys could help Melodrome and, I don't know, help me break my wallet, then I would love to be able to test the limits of my credit card when I make the donation, because it's necessary. And I know you guys all think the same thing. So that's the challenge. We're ready to do it. If you go to the Unfornicated store, you can also go to, I think, add a newsletter. So every time I drop a new design, it shows up. I'm not sure I'm not going to be able to top the Dunning-Kruger National Park, though. I mean, that one still makes me laugh to no end. Yeah, I got to come up with some more designs. But I do it as it strikes me. I do it as it sees fit. Maybe I should do one where it stars Remy and her globe dog toy and how they're trying to, program our animals to think that the world is a globe. Do a little CC rant. Yeah. So yeah, that's where we are. I think we covered all the bases on who did what happened, I think we covered all the claims. I think we covered, I think we disputed all the claims. I think we showed proof of how things are done and measured, and how we find out these magical spells of where the ionosphere is and how it's used and why it sometimes works and sometimes it doesn't. I would like to get some replacement theories, because, we witness these things. We observe these things in the natural world. So how does this shit work on your guys' flat peaks of pancake? And since we already got rid of the whole idea that it's being patrolled by the Navy and with radar, if you haven't seen that, that's a video on the channel too. Spoiler alert for you. It doesn't work. Well, it would work, but not in 2025. Definitely not in 1959 when the treaty was signed, but I digress. Let's see. We also did and yeah, so I don't know what other claims have been going on lately. Anybody have any new claims? Yes, Lindsay, that was my first derp drop in. I saw that there was some, I saw he got booted by DP and he got his messages removed. Here's the fun thing. DP and I are like, well, I'd say we're twins, but there's like a height difference. And also I think I'm a lot older, but beside that, there's you all know me, and there's a core group of people who have a moderator storage, moderator status, who knows me, who I know that if I'm sitting here talking and going over some stuff and showing pictures and stuff like that, I don't have to worry about what's going on with chat because they're lockstep in with me. So, yeah. If you got on DP's nerves that much, you must have done some stupid shit. So thank you, DP, for taking care of that for me. I like when you help me with the light work, because he was a really lightweight flirt. Oh, Lindsay has no mic. Okay. Lindsay, you've been fighting for that mic for a while, haven't you? Let's see. So that was my first guest in Discord on my channel. I think because I joined Mike on his channel. I joined the Zoo Crew on Mike's channel. Yeah, I think this is the first time I actually used that room I created 2 months ago. First flirt drop in, first name drop on a debunk with Witsit's name. It's about a first tonight. I picked up 2 subscribers, or actually I picked up 7 subscribers between last night and tonight. So, yeah. It's been a good night. My film buzz. Look, I'm 3 of these in. Maybe 3.5. So you saw the 2 on stream. You didn't see the 2 before the stream. Well, look, the first nature break, that was also a refill break. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I don't need to hide it from you guys. Look, Dano with rum is a better Dano because F-bombs start dropping, sarcasm starts peaking. The DP sarcasm meter, it starts pegging the other way. Yeah. Hopefully I wasn't too boring with the radio stuff. Hopefully you guys learned something. I know Witsit won't watch this, so he won't learn anything, but whatever. Maybe somebody somewhere higher up, with a bigger audience will reach out to him. But hey, I got an open challenge for any flat earther. You want to talk about radio? Let's talk about radio. But I will admit, I'm not the civilian radio guy. So there's going to be a lot of things that I don't know. But things I worked on intelligence, there's some things I do know. So go figure. DC Romo. Yeah, pretty much. Look, I was off today. I got meetings tomorrow in 8 hours. And it's Friday, so we were off today. We come back for 1 day. I should have took it off. I have to work tomorrow night at 10 for a couple hours. And then I'm off for the weekend. So I pick up Oblivia on Saturday. No, I'm sorry, on Friday. I pick her up tomorrow. I drop her off at her mom's Saturday evening. We're going to be spending some time in the pool. And then, yeah, I'm going to take it easy on Sunday. I'm hoping that I'm going to have the video ready to go to be sent out with any luck. I hope. But yeah. I didn't tag him in the description. To be honest, I didn't really give a shit. That required effort. He's above this shit. Remember, humbly, bro, no one stacks up to, no one's been worthy of a debate with him. To be honest, I don't want to debate it with him because here's the fact. It's applied engineering. It's applied every day. He hasn't applied shit. End of story. Done. Our claims are this works. We show how it works. Now your job is to tell me why it doesn't work. And just because it doesn't work, bro, or that pseudoscience, bro, doesn't help. Doesn't mean shit. We measure it. We predict it. You guys can't predict a single fucking thing. Can't predict when the sun's going to rise. You can't predict when it's going to set. You can't predict based on latitude where in the sky it's going to happen. You can't explain star trails without invoking magic. Don't have a map. Use AE maps done, dusted, burnt. You have personal incredulity and you have misunderstanding of basic physics. His profession is smearing shite. Yeah, pretty much. He's like the monkey at the zoo. He comes in, throws shit all over him and leaves. It's like it's kind of like the elevated version of pigeon chess. Pigeon comes in, knocks over all the pieces on the board, shits everywhere and flies off. He just makes statements with no evidence, no backing up, all based on personal incredulity and the inability to understand simple topics of a complicated and technical discipline. I mean, this is Brandolini's principle. He talked for fucking 10 minutes and I spent 3 hours on this shit. There's your bullshit fallacy. Looks like members of the zoo crew are, I take it you guys are over on, you guys are over on the Drunk Debunk Show Discord. Did Mike ever kick off his stream? Or is it one of those, his computer died? That's right. You can get a CC shirt as a pigeon from the Drunk Debunk Show merch store with bird shit on the sleeve. I'm going to check something real quick here. I got you guys all held hostage and there's 22 of you here for some unknown fucking reason. I have no idea why you're here, but I love the fact that you guys are here. I love the fact you guys are hanging out with me. And Mike's next play stream is for 6/24. So something happened to his computer. His computer crashed. Oh, Mike's over there with you guys. All right. Tell you what. We're going to go cause some havoc real quick. I'm going to bring you guys all over. Hey, monkey. Are you watching the screen? I want you to watch the screen for me. You see that? You think you're funny. Oh yeah. Tori's got the hoodie on. That's funny. Good stuff. You know what? I highly agree, DP, because look, I don't think Mike let Mabel drive. I think Mike decided to write his own AI and let it drive. And I think Grayson was at the keyboard. Mike had to reinstall his OS. Holy shit. Mike's having a bad night. All right, you know what we're going to go out with? Actually, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hop over to Discord real quick. I'm going to take you all with me. I'm going to take another quick break real quick. Emma made a new song for me. And I rather like it. And I'm going to hope you guys enjoy it too. And then that's not the song. That's the song. I don't think it was the Aquaman and the Cunt. It was the song that she wanted to play. Come for the physics, stay for the swearing. That's the way it goes. Look, if you're easily offended, I am sorry. That's all I got to say. I am a former sailor, and I tend to, I tend to swear a lot. All right, so let's go ahead and put this over here. It's time for a refill, and we're going to jump over and go see what Mike's doing and see if we can make fun of him and his OS. At least it's not Apple shit. Michaela.
There's a channel you gotta see, fighting nonsense wild and free. Dan's on the case, no time for doubt, calls the crazy theories out. Points the camera, hits record, another conspiracy gets deployed. Yeah, Dan's got fight and brains and bulletproof science. He's coming for your stupid defiance. So all you fucked up nerd jobs, buckle up tight. You're about to get unfornicated tonight. Sounds like Ted, but swears like you. Mythbuster energy, brand new. Fueled by caffeine, logic sharp. Plays your dumb beliefs like harp. Takes the flips, the anti-science crew. Shows their circle ain't quite true. Yeah, Dan's got fight and brains and bulletproof science. He's coming for your stupid defiance. So all you fucked up nerd jobs, buckle up tight. You're about to get unfornicated tonight. He stares right through the screen, no doubt. Knows exactly what you're all about. Pulls up a graph, a pick, a chart. Finds the moment to rip it apart. Then leans right in, no time to bluff. Looks dead at you and says, enough. He says, so all you fucked up nut jobs, buckle up and hold on tight. Yeah, he grins. You're about to be unfornicated tonight. Oh, Dan's got fight and brains and bulletproof science. He's coming for your stupid defiance. So all you fucked up nut jobs, buckle up tight. You're about to get unfornicated tonight. Yeah, unfornicated. The truth is stated. Dan's on the screen, the debunking machine. Bite brains and bulletproof science. Leaving flat earthers in silence. Unfornicated. You've been slated.
Okay. I need to get rid of this cord off my mouse. I have a wireless mouse for a reason, because I don't want to keep fucking around with it, like recharging it. Let's put up Discord, and let's go say hi to the zoo crew.
I don't use my other mic.
Yo, look at that. Look at that color depth.
Dan's there.
He's going hard in the
Where's
paint.
my bro at?
All right, everybody straighten up.
Everyone say
we're
hi to
going live on
Chad.
YouTube.
We gotta behave
Oh,
now.
wait, you're all in chat.
Hi
We
to
gotta
Chad.
behave.
Yo, hi, Dan. Hi, Chad.
Hello.
Hi, Chad.
Hello.
But I think I might have
Hey,
to mute if he
Mike,
streams.
I heard you're having a bad
You
night.
should
Chat.
you should play the song finally. for everybody.
I was having a bad night. Yeah, my computer decided to poop on itself. So.
Like, what? We're talking blue screen of death, or like just
No, just straight up flashing monitor, not able to duplicate correctly. It was all just.
so. In
a
other
big
words, they
old
gave you the
mess.
ASCII middle finger and said,
Oh,
"Good luck."
thanks.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. Quite literally. All right.
Then he rebooted and it was all like, would you like to play a game?
Yeah, as it nuked itself.
They played Pong for a half hour, I'm sure. All right. I'm gonna.
Oh, you know what? I realize you guys are not.
Oh wait, no, I need.
Oh, no, you guys are there. You guys are there. Never mind.
If you want to,
we're watching
can you
too.
share your stream to this or no? I just muted up the stream I was feeding. It's fine either way.
Everyone's live on Dan's stream right
Yeah, I
now.
know. Everyone say hi.
Yo, how good we look.
There's a whole 20 people watching, I think there is.
Hi.
Something like that. I don't know.
Yo, let's go.
But we did but yeah. So
don't
tonight
recall
was basically
signing a
tackling
release
Witsit and showing everybody how dumb Witsit is.
Oh,
my
that's
God,
Ignorant.
I was over at Mark Reed's
Not
channel.
ignorant.
Mark,
I was over at Mark Reed's channel and we were bashing on Witsit a little bit too.
Oh man, I love that
Something like
guy.
that.
I haven't watched him in a while.
Ah.
Yo,
I
let's
miss him.
go.
How
It's
was
my
that stream, Mac?
pleasure.
Mark?
What'd you say, Mac?
It's my guilty pleasure bashing on Witsit, and the more he keeps running away from debating me, the funnier it gets.
It's like most fruit is like in this region, and like Witsit's fruit, it's like way.
Well, back in February when I was on Mike's show originally, I had an open
The
challenge
lowest.
for a debate about radio communications and the shape of the earth. And no one is taking me up on it. And I don't know why. And coincidentally, no one's bringing up Kinnickabine in the Battle of the Beams anymore. I don't know why that happened either.
Interesting how that
Wait a
works.
second. Someone brought up Kinnickabine on Ironworks. Wait, what was it that I watched? Oh, it was on Oakley.
Oakley.
I saw an Oakley members only. I saw a members only stream on a channel not to be named, but it was interesting that that got brought up in passing, and it's like a total proof for the globe. I mean, for the flat Earth. Excuse me. It's like what?
I may have been passing out my account for some downloads.
Right, because Nathan Oakley is
Yeah, I've got
obviously
3 exclusive
the one you
Oakley
trust
member
when it
vids.
comes to radio communication, seeing as his entire experience with radio is turning on the radio in his car.
That's right. Maybe.
Yeah, doesn't have a radio.
Top hit station.
It's so fascinating listening to a stream of his because he'll just literally just be in like absolutely berating mode for like 10 minutes, and then he'll go, "Oh, please like the stream. Please click here,
Yeah, right.
and then follow me for the next stream too." Oh, you motherfuckers! It's like what the like. It's clear to see that it's just like an actor all the time.
I had a flat Earth
Rip
debate
your
today.
cock off and ram it up your ass
Oh,
and then
yeah,
fuck
you
you with a
did.
light pole. Would you like to buy a microphone?
I
All right, we're-
flat Earth debate
was
today.
so good.
It was so bad. Like the guy was. You know how we have baby flurfs? This guy was a zygote,
Jesus.
not even a baby flurf.
Yeah, Max, I missed it. I'm gonna have to watch that.
I
your
mean,
fetus flurf?
Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't like that. He was still
Yeah, but-
a zygote.
but
he was actually like
he was
just cells.
boring because the guy wasn't even aware enough to know that he was like heavily losing, so it wasn't fun because like you couldn't watch him like squirm. He was like, "I don't believe that."
Yeah, did
Well, I
you
thought it was only like an hour long, so that tells.
I saw at the beginning he wasn't on cam. I think did he end up coming on cam?
Yes, but he was on his phone. So for most of the debate, what you see is the guy like this. So his ear was on camera for most of the debate.
Yeah,
And I was like, dude, I'm showing you the evidence. Look at the freaking screen. And he would look at it for a second and then go back like this. And it's like, oh my God,
that's so
no.
annoying.
But that's the only people that are left to debate flat Earth. Sad.
Pretty much, yeah.
Hello. Does
Yeah,
it sound
sounds
good?
Oh my
Yes.
God, you sound amazing.
Oh, you said way better.
Thank God. All right.
I'm going to say something controversial so that my hater comes up to me. It's like, I would punch an old lady in the face for Mike's voice.
Oh, restricted. Oh, sorry,
Mike,
demonetized.
not for nothing, but that audio sounds so good. You made every guy in this chat wet.
Yeah, cool. I'm like,
I'm so
35
glad I
minutes
did
in.
that.
Why do you think? The guys.
Why do you think my camera is off?
But
Hey Max,
Oh,
can you show us
yeah,
how
we
chroma
had-
key works?
My camera's not working though.
Yes, but I closed OBS. I just put on the blur and yeah, that's it.
your super secret Glover code.
So
there we go.
So Max, we started. I don't know if you started at the beginning of the stream, but
It
we
looks
said
good, Max.
congratulations to you guys becoming partners. We said congratulations to Mike on his 2K. We said thank you to, or said congratulations to DP for, or I'm sorry, we said go fuck yourself to DP for getting 1K. And but yeah, you know, there's been a lot happening this week or this month, and I haven't been live because Mike has been taking up all the fucking time slots for his membership drives, and people keep dropping him money
for like 58 hours already.
Dan, you're the one of the reasons why I've been on for so long.
Okay, that's true. Like, I think that first day, I think I bumped it like over
Mike's
6
never ending
hours.
stream days, and it's 4 times.
I noticed because remember that I left to go to the gas station to get a couple of snacks before, like for dessert. So I streamed for an hour, that thank you stream. I redirected to Mike, and Mike redirected back to the stream after it was done. So when I come home, I hear myself speaking. I was like, "Who's touching my computer?" And I was just like, "Oh, cool."
I was like, I'm not fixing the redirect.
I mean, dude, there's like probably 9 people in here that were like, Mike definitely fell asleep at the end of the like when you went to the gas station. It was like, I don't know, 51 minutes later, we're like, who has Mike's number? Dan, can you help out? Like, someone like call him or do I find my iPhone or something?
Well, yeah, because it was one of
Like,
those things. Either he's asleep in his car,
like a bunch of stuff going on,
or he's asleep in his car at the gas station. One of the two.
Well, yeah, no, then he popped back on and gave me a hell of a jump scare because I had my TV up. You did, but you came back on from being gone for a while. And you're just like, "Hey guys," I'm like,
Can you redirect to a video?
And everyone remembers when he left to go put Grayson down and take a shower, right? He fell asleep in the rocking chair in the bedroom. When he left, I sent a message. I'm like, "Dude, are you sure you're good? I can fill in for like an hour if you need a nap or something like that." He goes, "No, I'm good. I'm good." And all of a sudden, it's like, what happened to 20 minutes? Ended up being an hour. I'm like, dude, all of a sudden, here's Mike in chat. I may have fallen asleep in the rocking chair.
I think I remember that. I might have been passed out.
Here, I just want to say
I'm not sleeping. I'm just doing a little bit of introspection. I'm looking on the inside of my head.
we have everyone here for the Zoo Crew logo. I'm just going to make note of that.
This is true.
Well,
wow.
I'm a nobody.
I put my pictures that I chose
CK,
on.
do you have a license to drive that bus?
I put them all in our.
That's the burden here. Looking around
Back
the
it up.
screen.
Oh, DP, we were talking about incorporating me to the Derp Vengers. I think I found my character. It's going to be Bald Panther.
The Bald Panther.
Bald Panther. I dig it.
Let's go.
It's just a shaved cat.
Yeah, like it's a panther.
Okay,
Yes.
Wait. Are you going to grow your nails out like Mikey?
Sphinx. No. I used to bite my nails for many years, so now I keep them trimmed very short because otherwise I start biting them.
For your superpower, you can just throw records like frisbees.
Yeah.
Yes.
I figured out the superpower for my dude.
Max
The idea for my
girls,
dude
so
was
he keeps his nails
to
short.
have.
Yes.
The idea for my guy was to have shrinky powers like Ant-Man.
Oh my, yes.
I'm tiny. But I was thinking about it this morning, and I was like, "What I'll do."
Yes, Aldebaran. CK just straight drove the bus over all 3 of us and then backed it up.
Nothing happens. Just stays the same size.
You want to see my record back? Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
The Arsenal.
So, Mike, I don't know if you saw on the stream or not, but I have my new mug.
Let's go.
That's where the magic
Father's Day mug.
happens.
I think Max is
Hunted
having a
green
good
eyes,
night
though.
off.
It's Darth
I've already
Vader that
stolen the
says
green.
world's best
Maybe-
dad.
What color eyes do you want, Mac?
Me?
Yeah.
My eyes are green.
that photo is Max.
My
I
whole
mean, if I'm
suit's
putting them
green.
side by side, that's Max. Yeah. right
Ojos
there.
verde, huh?
All right, we can share the green. It's
Is it
fine.
verde?
Verde? Yeah.
Ojos verde.
¿Cuántos años tú?
This is an English only chat, please.
37.
Please.
Silencio. This is a Latin only chat.
Guess I'll leave then.
Dico Latino. Dico Latino.
Questo che sta facendo perché voglio mangiare pipistrello.
Okay,
let's
go
Italian.
Italian. Let's go
Could I speak Latin?
I can do some counting in German.
Mangiare, com'è?
Hey, DP and Mike. I don't know if you guys are watching chat, but
My cat's hiding.
Tell people that at
Aldebaran.
work. My Spanish is false. I say no falso when I hold a $100 bill up and and then I mark it with
Mike
a
and
marker.
DP, Aldebaran called out the awkward pause
they
after
like that.
CK said something about the three of us being here for the out of embarrassment, the embarrassing awkward pause that we had after CK drove that bus over us.
That's not true. CK said everyone's here for the Ducry logo
Wait, what?
dope off. My response was, I gotta go.
I got on the debate today. I got a nice Prezi dog from Sea Lion Prime, and that filled me with pride. And I replied, "My Prezis bring all the boys to the yard."
Sea Lion's good people.
Yeah.
No, he
Yeah,
and
he's
I
cool.
talk a lot on Twitter and stuff like that, and you know, he brought me into more one. Yeah, he
right?
brought me into the Globe
More
Gangsters
One, yes.
Discord. I was already there anyway, but he brought me in to do the first presentation for Kinnickabine before it was on Mike's, because Mike's scheduling sucked, and he had like you know everybody else ahead of me, and he kept thinking it was Project Bluebeam and not like Battle of the Beams for some reason.
Yeah, I was so
Yeah, I remember he promoted the hell out of you though. I remember getting.
Well,
a
as
lot
soon
of,
as we got done,
alerts
he
whenever
basically
it was
messaged
Battle
me
of
and
the
says,
Beams,
"Why
so
don't
he
you have a
really
channel,
presented.
and what do I need to do to make you have one?" So I figured I better do something then.
Oh yeah.
Just tell you to
Yeah,
log
that's
out
his
and log back in.
I think I was harassing you too.
There
Dan,
was
like you
a
needed
few
to get
people
one.
harassing me, like, "You should be covering this because nobody else is."
Hey Max, can you drop the link in the chat with your debate?
Yes, please do.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, how'd that go back? I missed
Yes,
that.
we can.
Dude, I can even throw it up on the screen. Get
I totally
Dan's
missed that.
mug out of here.
Well, actually, hold on a second.
Everything is working, guys.
Our next collective objective is to get Dan over the 500 subs and the watch
Well,
hours.
that's, I
right?
mean, look, I honestly don't give a
Okay.
shit, but the
Absolutely.
part of it is that I'm not gonna lie. Like the more subscribers you get, the more views you get, and the more my stuff will be out there, and it won't just be shared on like some link to a video. So I'm gonna take my 10 and 20-minute videos and try to cut them down to shorts that basically says, "Here's why you're dumb," and then like break it down like a couple weeks or a month after the long video. So I don't think I'll get many views after the month. So I'll go ahead and make a short of it, and hopefully those will go around social media.
Hey, that's
Cool,
not true
yeah.
because I looked at Earth Climate's channel this morning and a video he posted like 13 days ago.
Well, we
suddenly
know
got
that's bullshit.
20,000 views, so it's totally.
Oh my
doable,
God,
man.
yes.
That is so legit. I believe it.
There's one video, like there's 16,000, almost 17,000 subs, but there's one video that has 30,000 views. Like, how? How?
Yeah, how? Yeah, without being
What about
blocked.
the one with 10,000
Like 3
views
likes.
and 3 likes, or the new video that went up that had 200 views and
Yeah, how'd that happen?
290 likes? That was impressive.
That
How
math
does
works
that
out.
work?
Yeah, how'd that
That don't
happen for a
make any
short?
sense.
Because you
The
have to
math
play
ain't
it
math
to
on
like it.
this.
Math and don't math.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So he's, as I said in my video, he's figured out how to build a fucking TARDIS in the clink. It's impressive.
Oh,
30K.
Toilet
Mike.
TARDIS.
Yeah.
This
I found my cat.
Oh, there's Rubik's cat.
Ooh, cool.
11 days ago. 30. How does it have 4,500 likes?
Don't ask.
Don't know. But that short that
Swipe up
suddenly
the
got
credit
like
card, I would
26.
say.
Did he buy
That
these
short
too?
that suddenly got
probably.
26,000 views. If you look at my video, it had like 160 views when I recorded it and put it up. So in the
He's
space
obviously
of like
buying
24, 48 hours, 20,000 views, and they all happened in one day.
Aldebaran decided to help out.
I put some stuff in the
Max.
Yeah.
Max
What did he say?
Aldebaran decided to help out and said he watched the Earth Climate. He's one of the few that did, and he said that actually watched it, and you can see why Max dropped the guy. besides everything else. And Earth
Yeah,
Limits has 3 million subs
million
now, all real subscribers. That might be a
Yeah.
slight exaggeration.
Totally legit subscriber.
So
the gap's closing.
Mopt interviewed me for his channel, and he already has the first part up for me to check before he actually publishes it. That's pretty exciting.
That's cool.
For his channel?
Oh, okay, cool.
You are Mopt.
Oh, you are Mopt.
He's good people.
It's cool.
Oh yeah, we had a
Hey,
blast.
Mike, I have a new book for the collection here. It's Is This
what's his
Wi-Fi
book?
Organic? It's from Professor Dave. Goes right there with the
Oh,
Peterson
cool.
book that I'm reading
I
because
like that. All right.
I'm going to be helping DP with a new side project. Well, sort of
Nice.
helping. I'm just gonna give
Awesome.
him ideas.
Child.
That's helpful.
I mean, what are we going to do when Witsit
I'm
releases
not allowed
his
to-
book?
Since I'm not allowed to use AI, I'm using Dan.
It's like Dan knows stupid shit.
I
Let me
think we
ask
need
him.
to start planning for the eventual release of Witsit's first volume of his 5-volume series of
It's a
books
coloring
on
book.
Ether. We should do something
Yeah, it's a
like
coloring book,
special.
Max.
Yeah, no
It
one
comes
would
with
want to buy
pre-not
that.
on. It comes with pre-not on.
Are they going to be like
crayons.
I was hoping it was going to be like one of those magazine series where, like, each volume you get another.
Oh, you mean like
piece to
Mad
put
Magazine
together,
or
and at
like
the end of the
highlights?
series. You've just got to.
Yeah.
No. Like when you buy like
New books, something like that.
the Batman series, and every time you get the Batman magazine, you get a piece of the Batmobile. But for Witsit, you get like all 57 volumes and stuff, and then at the end of it, you just got a nice, big, pristine dog turd.
Nice.
Yeah. But I think, look, imagine if we would all stream at the same time. We would gather, I don't know, we can gather here and we can read the book out loud
And take turns.
and just laugh at it. That would be kind of epic. But we all stream at the same time.
Do we all take turns reading?
Yes.
We could do
That
it
would
with-
be so much fun. And
We
those
could do it as a
books, you can
membership
always,
drive, Max.
you
Each
can always
one of
buy
us-
them and return them. That's what we did with Matthew Hakim's pamphlets.
No, Max, we can do a
Those
membership
handout,
drive for you.
handout.
Like every hour it can be like you, then Dr. J, then Issa, then Michael do a chapter, then I'll do a chapter, then DP will do a chapter, and then everyone else can get some sleep, and then you can come back in.
Fuck
Wait,
yeah.
there's probably only going to be 3 chapters, so it doesn't matter.
We might have to divide it instead of chapters. We might have to divide it into each one reads a word because I don't have too much faith that we will have enough
I
chapters.
can take my camera and point it down for when I'm
Or at
coloring
least a
too.
sentence.
I'll read a word.
We can do it.
I'll
We can
help
do
you.
it in different languages. So Mike can read
No,
it
he
in
can read it in
English,
Boston.
and then Max can read it in Spanish, and then I'll read it in Australian, and then
Yeah.
Well, no, Mike's got to read it in Boston where there's no R's.
Australian's exactly the same as English. It's just I finish.
Not much different
st-
in English.
It's Australian's the same as English. I just start and finish every sentence with the word
Or
cunt.
mate.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Also, you have to
Yeah,
say
you
it
have to read
upside
it
down,
upside
right?
down. Or
Yeah.
you have to be
Yes,
upside down.
say-
The book has to be right side
You
up
have to
or
read- yeah,
something. I don't remember.
Upside
Yes.
down and backwards.
And you always have yesterday's lottery numbers, but you never give it to us.
Yeah, DP can read it. Oh, here you go, Max.
Right.
That
DP
shit.
can read it from the back to the front and upside down, and we'll read it from the front to the back.
Like a manga.
Sounds like the cha-cha slide.
Interesting.
Brett,
Hey,
My way
you
will
don't
make
read
more
upside
sense.
down. I can read upside down fine.
oh, Rubik's
I was
wanted
about
hit-
to-
I can read it
wanted us to
upside
play our
down. My
song at
problem
some
is that all
point.
the blood rushes to my head.
Oh yeah.
I've been only bugging you about it every few minutes.
What's refusion?
I was about to
Is
say
that like
something
Suno
in this chat.
Unleashed? We're listening.
I was about to be all. I can say this just for the people in the chat because it's all secret squirrels. And then I remember Dan streaming, so I can't say shit.
Well, yeah, I
Oops.
mean, everyone else can hear. I mean, look,
Oh.
DP, I guarantee you there's not a single subscriber to my channel that is not already subscribed to you and Mike. So, and Max. If there is, somebody pointed
They
out,
know.
if you're on
They
my
know.
channel, you're not subscribed to Max, Mike, or DP, please raise your hand because I don't believe it.
What about Marcus? Didn't he like find you organically?
No, I've seen Marcus a couple different times. He was in. I think he was in the Battle of the Beans.
Oh, okay.
Thing I did on Mike's channel.
Oh, okay.
I think Timmy, my new friend Timmy.
I don't think Timmy subscribed.
Maybe he did.
I think he took offense.
Yeah, Dan. You had your
yeah, in my first flirt, I had my first. I had my first guest in my live chat.
Oh,
in
such
my
a precious
live guest channel.
moment.
It really is.
Because usually I just jump in mics. I actually made my own channel, so I quit stealing yours, Mike.
That is such a precious moment when they go and derp out in your stream for the first time. Oh, I still remember
Max,
my
he was
first.
talking about like.
I need to let Matthew Hakim know that the new channel that he can come derp out because Matthew Hakim is my chew toy.
Here's the thing.
That guy.
I'm going to screenshot that chat from Marcus Leach. I'm on MC Tunes, DP, a bunch of others. I come before a bunch of others. That's what she said.
Who are the others?
Wow.
That's not important.
None yet.
Yeah, DP, you are more important.
No, you know what? I have seen Mark. I have seen Marcus on MC Tunes.
I love my response
because
before this.
I was on Globebusters.
When Spinny earlier was like,
because I was on Globebusters doing a 24-hour MC
they
Tunes doing
locked
like a
up the
24-hour
crayons.
stream or something like that. I think he was doing a membership drive. He popped over to Globebusters, and more than one hit me up like about an hour beforehand. I didn't see the message until about 5 minutes before MC Tunes started. Like, hey, can you do Battle of the Beams? I'm like, sure, I guess. And yeah, that was a nightmare. But no, I remember seeing Marcus in MC Tunes. I don't make DP streams because time zones suck, and he starts at 5 a.m.
You can
Yeah,
say
I
you
don't
don't give a fuck.
Dude,
It's
I wanted
fine.
to be there
I
for the
won't take it
for the 1K.
How dare
stream.
you stream at a time that's
I
convenient
really wanted to be there for the
you.
1K stream, but I literally fell asleep with the phone. Like I woke up with the phone stuck to my head.
I like how
pulled an
Tune said
all-nighter.
that they lock up the crayons now because of who was it?
I was speaking to
That was a great
I was
joke.
speaking to Mark Reed earlier on his stream today, and I think I decided that I'm going to start a cult of mate, because I believe that if every single man, woman, and child carried their mate in their hands, like we do here in Uruguay, we would have world peace. So, I mean, I'm going to start doing the gospel of mate and maybe found a religion so we can extend the happiness that is drinking mate to all over the world.
That's so great.
If everybody carries a
it.
mate, if everyone carries a mate in one hand, at a bare minimum, you'll cut the crime rate by 50%.
Yes. You can't, I mean, you can't, commit crimes, most of the crimes, if you are holding your mate and your thermo.
We're talking about like a hybrid, like coffee, tea. I know I'm like out of the loop.
It's a really
caffeine. There's
It's a
so
really-
many different types of caffeine, and so I think there's like 6 types. And so mate has a lot of different like benefits versus coffee. I switched to it like 10 years ago,
it's a
but then I went
root.
back to coffee.
It's the only
Yeah,
herbal tea that has caffeine. It's not made
It's
from the
cocaine.
tea plant.
No, but it does have caffeine. It has a bit of a herbal taste. It's not a taste that you can describe because it's not similar to tea. It's not similar to coffee, but it has that bitterness that it's delicious. And it's kind of like
So it tastes
herbal.
like dirt and ass.
If you
Is what
make
you're
your
saying.
tea and it's bitter, you're making it wrong. I'm sorry. If you make tea and it's bitter, you're making it wrong. Tea should
It
not be
sounds like
bitter.
it tastes like dirt and ass.
Oh, but this is bitter.
So
Someone asked if you can put sugar on it.
I was gonna say, do you sweeten it or do you just drink it straight up?
Well, my great grandmother was the last person that I have ever seen drink sugar mate. But you shouldn't use a gourd if you're going to drink sugar mate. You have to use a ceramic mate or some kind of other material, because otherwise it kind of gets into the wood. I'm sorry?
I have GERD. My doctor said I have GERD.
No, that's gout.
No, but that's That's another.
Gastrointestinal shit. Gastro and yes. No, but this is a GERD. Where you drink barium and they like light up your insides.
Max, when I brewed it with raspberries, like fresh raspberries, though.
Ooh. There are some people that put on or maybe orange or lemon peels. You know you barely scratch the skin and you get some to put some taste. There are some packages of yerba that come with those little peels or some other kinds of flavors, or even something we call chuchos, which are different types of wheat and herbs. So there's a lot to try. You can definitely start trying and find the one that you like best. But yeah,
in America, they sell them in those cans that you drink cold with tons of sugar in it and flavoring. And then when I was at Goose, was it like last weekend or the weekend before, whatever, they had hard or yerba mate, so it was with alcohol.
Got my attention.
Yo, sick.
Yeah, if you try to sell that in Uruguay, then you would get deported.
You'd get shot.
Mike's hard mate.
It becomes like a ritual. Like I wake up and I put on my glasses. I go to the kitchen, put the electric, fill the kettle, put the electric kettle on. Then I go to the toilet, brush my teeth, and then you put the mate together, and then you sit down and you start drinking your first mate, and it's kind of like a whole ritual thing. And if you're in a gathering, let's say before a barbecue, everyone is sharing the mate. You pour it, you give it to someone, you pour it, you take one yourself, you pour it, and you do the rounds. So it has this kind of little small rituals that are insignificant, but that become part of your everyday life. It's kind of weird and wonderful.
Weird and wonderful. That kind of describes every stream I've ever been part of.
Yes.
What do you
expect from me? What?
Are you gonna play the song now?
Yeah, I got it right here.
All right, yeah, play because I gotta go to bed. All my stuff's working. It's great.
Is this
now it's time for bed.
Wait,
is this the one you want to
hear?
hear?
You're not gonna stream?
Yeah. I go to bed.
Okay.
What happened to streaming, Mike?
I've got
No, I'm not gonna start. No, I know.
Okay. Press play. Let's do it.
Mike, there's a
here we
word
go.
for this.
Can you guys hear?
Thank you.
DP, we need an air guitar, please.
You showed me maps that bend and curve. I wish I kept the truth
I like that.
Globe spinning lies inside my head. Now I yearn for what I knew instead. Started with a simple question mark. Should have stayed out of the dark.
I always wanted hair to know the like that, but I never have.
I was on mute watching Max and I was just laughing.
Lost the piece I used to know. Slipping through my fingers fast. Trapped within the spiral. Everything's distorted now.
And all the brown, give me some of that.
Wishing I just spiral. Wishing I knew how. Puppet show, chasing truth that wasn't so. Lost myself in theories deep. Now these bitter tears I weep. Friends tried hard to save my mind, left their wisdom far behind. Should have listened when they spoke. Now my spirit's nearly broke. Round and round the doubts did grow. Lost the peace I used to know. Slipping through my fingers fast. Trapped within the spiral. Everything's distorted now. Trapped within the sea. Wishing I knew how. What was real became unclear. Lost the things I held so dear. Can't find my way anymore. Wish I'd shut that open door. Falling, calling.
No return.
I like the guitar.
Yeah, me too.
Oh yeah.
The start of that solo sounded a little bit like the kazoo.
Gave up truth for hollow lies, blinded by deceptive eyes. What I'd give to be set free, return to who
Yeah, we don't want to start pulling out air guitar, like air drums, be like sergeant, you guys.
It's not air drums.
To be fair, it's a step up from AI drums, right?
Now I'm drowning in this grief, trapped within the spiral. Everything's distorted.
Yeah, I love it.
Trapped within the reef, wishing I knew how. Oh, save me from the spiral. Save me from the spiral. Save me from the spiral. Faded
Oh yeah.
Damn.
I like
dope.
that. Oh yeah.
All right, I need to
For whatever
go.
reason, Suno doesn't work for me, but this
I need to go cook dinner, but given that Dan is streaming, if you're there, yes, there on that stream, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, send it to a friend, send it to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and yell. Let me take a breather because it's going to be a lot. And yell, subscribe to Unfornicated, the Drunk Debunk Show, DPD Box, and share on Box. And that way you will 100% get arrested.
Basically, subscribe
I
to
have
all
never
the Dirt
I
Bangers.
get really upset when I do that.
The Dirt Bangers, yes. Guys,
double
love
your
you
likes.
all. I'll catch
night,
you
guys.
tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night.
Right on, Max.
Later,
Love you,
See you
Max.
buddy.
later, bro. Bye, bro.
Bye.
Bye, bro. Humbly, I accept your farewells.
You were literally
Hey.
losing the debate, bro.
I
Yes.
schooled Witsit, bro.
You're on way out of your league, bro.
Bruh.
All right. I gotta hop off too, guys. I love you all. Have a good night, guys.
All right,
See you
Mike.
tomorrow
See you
night.
guys
All right,
later.
love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Fine,
Later.
fine, go. You
Damn.
stage your hour.
Are you in Ohio yet, Tori?
Nah, not yet. It's a month to go.
I thought
July
it was
20
this month.
No, it's July 25th.
Okay, so in a
You're
month.
Yeah.
you're gonna stream longer, Dan, or are you gonna do?
I'm
the same?
deciding what I
for my
want to do
birthday.
because it's almost 1, and I don't know. I'm 4 or 5 drinks in, and I'm thinking like I'm good for another one at least before I go pass out in bed. But I do have a meeting at 8:30, which sucks ass.
Oh wow.
Who needs to go to work? Work's having
Meetings are for
40
later.
hours.
I would be
Get
happy
off here.
not
you
to go to
guys.
work.
Move to
So,
Australia. It'll be Saturday by the time your meeting rolls.
Well, Friday's a
Oh,
national
look.
holiday for us here, so I'm good.
enjoy. Look,
Midsummer, Swedish
Foxy is
midsummer.
on. DPD Bunks is doing his air guitar now.
Mhm.
Bass is better. I said
I'm
what I
so good at
said.
air. I'm so good at air guitar. It looks like I'm actually holding.
Bass is better.
Well,
I
and it's
love you,
funny when
DP.
DP moves
I
back,
bet-
his
I bet
whole
you
neck
can
of his
insert-
guitar goes away. So it's like he's almost like fingering himself. I mean, the air.
Hang
Want
on.
to see my awesome bass, DP?
I bet you could clone your
Are
voice
these
DP, and
Masonic?
like start
I'm busy-
ending your. You can insert
Show it,
yourself
CK,
into
show
like
it.
like a mock music video, dude. I really do think you.
I'm busy
can pull that off.
muting Rubik's after that disgraceful remark.
Calder's over here showing us the shocker. I don't know what he's doing, but he's like,
Who was the guy?
Innuendo,
Who was the guy that said everybody had a guitar in the background?
Somebody did.
Yeah, that was somebody covered that like the other day.
We got my guitar. We're good.
There's a guitar here.
Yeah,
You know-
I think
you know what I mean,
think
Icy.
I think Mike brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Drunk to bunk. Yeah. He yeah, apparently there's a conspiracy. I think he put DP in it too, or did he not? But he was like showing a bunch of different creators that had guitars in the background.
I was
or
left
something.
out.
No, it was FTFE was in there.
You got to rock on harder. TFE?
Yeah, FTFE, Craig.
Oh,
was in there.
FTFE. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Mike. And then a lot of flirt.
I gotta pull out my cigar boxes and start hanging them up.
I think Calder.
Like
I
I
think
gotta
Calder might have
take my
been.
cigar box guitars and hang them up behind me. Actually, I gotta get on my ass. I gotta get off my ass and like, I promised DP I'd have one for him when he comes out here. So I better start like engineering that shit.
I got some base.
Look at that. Oh,
time,
sorry.
Dan.
Awesome.
What are we, like, are we doing like summer?
DP, do you have any idea how long it takes me to make this
projection?
shit?
Nope. That sounds like a you
Old-ish
problem, Dan.
space.
Wow.
I'm a perfectionist.
I would say it's older
What
than
is it?
most people in chat. The space. Older than
Yeah,
most
I'm
people.
tired. Doesn't know how to play
Leave
any
off
of them.
here.
You're
Good
gonna
night.
fly to New
Good night,
York.
CK.
Oh, bye. See you, CK.
This
Hey, there's
space is
CK.
about 45 years old almost.
You're gonna fly to New York, DP, and then travel the eastern seaboard down to Florida and watch a rocket launch, right?
I don't know what's actually best. Should you fly to New York and
And
we
that's
should
like
drive up, or should you
circa
drive, or
next
should
year?
you land into Boston? I mean, this sounds like details we'll figure out later.
Yeah, but basically that.
I don't know. The
It's
whole
like Cairns
American
to
part
Sydney.
of this thing is up to you guys.
You
One
should
of the
just fly into
conditions of this trip.
Cleveland. That's where NASA's at the airport in Cleveland. You can go to the rockets home or something. I
was
don't
just
know.
gonna say, one of the conditions of the trip is you people need to sort out your fucking country before I come over there. So
No, wait, no, you
we'll
want
talk
it to
to
be
the
fucked up,
government.
DP,
Oh, yeah,
because you
but
want to get that free ride home.
yeah, because they're totally listening.
You want to get that free ride home.
That's yeah. But I might not get home. They might send me to fucking El Salvador.
You got to roll the dice, man.
Oh,
What? You're gonna want? You're
Nothing
gonna end up
ventured,
south
nothing
of the border
gained.
in Florida there.
Hell,
You're gonna have to learn-
Well, let's roll the dice.
You need to get like a Rosetta Stone. Get your Spanish up to par for when you're in South Florida, at least. You know.
That's what I got Max for.
Well, I don't know if we're gonna make it to South
No,
Florida. I
that's
think we're
true. You
stopping
can
in
travel
at the Cape.
Well, mid Florida. Yeah, you still
And
get
then,
a mix.
and then the question is once.
Um,
well, the question is once ICE deports.
Say what?
DP is how does Mike and I get back to our homes? Do we fly back? Do we drive back? I guess it depends on how long it takes.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, you'll be fine. Just catch the train, the Amtrak or something.
We'll just do
They're
it.
still
We'll
running,
do
I think.
a one-way U-Haul.
they are.
We'll do a
To
one-way
Florida.
U-Haul rental from Boston down to Florida.
I mean, it's like Dumb and Dumber. You don't have the shaggin'
No,
wagon.
but just
part of it,
imagine
but
we
it's
can put the
basically just
cameras
like,
in the
throw 'em in
cargo area. We can take turns surfing in the back.
Hell yeah.
hell yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I think of it, wasn't it like Home Alone
Yeah.
where it was like John Candy was in the back of a U-Haul and they were just
with
they were
polka
jam
music.
banding the whole time? Yeah, dude. It's been done. That's right.
Well,
Polka, polka,
I figure
polka.
we'll just take turns with cameras, just live streaming the whole way. So you'll see
Polka,
who's sleeping,
polka.
who's not, who's doing karaoke, who's getting arrested. Yeah.
Who's tracking the
Well,
sun.
I figure we'll
and,
have one behind the
other
driver
activities.
so we can see how fast they're driving, and you can guess who's driving based on how fast they're driving.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be pretty easy to pick when I'm behind the wheel because you won't be able to see ahead.
Just see two hands on the top like that.
Hey,
It just worked.
hey, DP, Geek G is asking,
Someone tell me if
isn't
I'm outside
Australia
the
still a
line.
prison?
A
Does that mean you
periscope.
have to get parole before you come to America?
No. It's not even a joke to be had there.
I
Sorry,
still
you
find it
guys.
funny that you guys were all, felons. You were a penal colony, and then you decided to get rid of all your own criminals and send them down to
Yeah,
Tasmania.
penal.
Yes.
It
that
is.
is fact.
I'd love to have like a few kangaroos bouncing around like in the States. That would be nice. They're pretty strict on their like environmental protection though in Australia, like second to
They
none,
shoot
right?
kangaroos like
Like
from
on-
jeeps.
They're
well, like on
pests.
just like at least protecting their agriculture and stuff is what I've heard. Like it's like their airport security and stuff for like trying to like smuggle stuff in and out of the country. I think is a lot better than
Good
America.
night, Marcus. Thanks for jumping on the
But-
stream.
When we
It's been fun.
When we go camping, like
We'll
just
catch you on
within
the
South
flip side of
Australia,
that.
so from the CBD out, hour and a half, 2 hours, so like the Riverland.
I still find it funny that Bull Knight sent me a heart picture, or what he claimed was a heart picture. That made my night. That made me giggle.
So you can't take fruit and vegetables from the
I
city.
figure I'm slouching in my chair like no tomorrow today.
Riverland. It's prohibited because of fruit fly and all that sort of stuff.
I need a bigger chair.
They're all over. we totally take it with us.
And America should totally adopt like the buyback program, right? I think we were talking about this on another stream, like for the firearms and stuff. I know that's like an off topic, but I think that's like pretty successful in Australia from what I heard.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, we don't have a lot of shootings here.
Yeah. And America should. Too bad that Americans are like, yeah, you come in my backyard, I'll show you what my First Amendment rights is, boy.
Don't know.
I've had a
Alright.
theory. I've had a theory
Dude,
for a
don't
long
let people
time.
I'm still
like it.
streaming. Let's
Maybe-
keep the political
What
down
if?
a little
What if?
bit.
Go with me here.
Yeah,
Well, my theory is just what if the right to bear arms?
I got
which
two of
is
them.
Actually, all about like Washington and all those guys just wanting to wear wife beaters.
yeah. Well, I mean, Witsit pulls it off like every stream, you know. I think.
Oh, look, I want to know where he gets his
He doesn't
sleeveless
pull it off
hoodies
at
from
good.
because I want to
All the big
start. I don't know if I'm going to be a Calder. I was waiting for
Calder,
that.
yeah, I knew you were
'Cause
going to go
I either
Cam.
want to start streaming in a robe with no shirt, or I want to start streaming with like with sleeveless hoodies.
You just got to get a graphic. You got to get a graphic tee printed on your chest, you know, and then you'll be good. No one will know the difference. Like, you know, our
I don't have a
boy.
lot of chest hair though, so I guess I got to kind of like get a pelt to glue on.
You got to like create a like, you know, you got to get your own foundry. You like, I call it like the
It's
the
the Zoo Crew.
I don't
That's it.
know. You'll figure it
That's
out.
part of everybody.
No, I'm not a zoo crew.
Are you part of the zoo?
No.
What's your spirit
Yes, you
animal, Rubik's?
What?
What's your spirit animal?
I don't have one.
Well, get one. Like, what are you waiting for?
I don't have
YOLO,
one either.
all right?
Huh?
Mine is a cat.
If you ask my chat or you ask my Discord, it's a
Oh, we lost the
penguin.
glue.
No,
Oh, yeah,
definitely
you
not.
are a
I'm more of an
penguin.
otter.
You're a penguin. I.
More of an otter?
An otter has a very specific meaning in the LGBT.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, you don't want to be an otter.
Well, can you elaborate in the form of an analogy that we can adopt and will be precious?
It's kind of like a twink, but not a twink.
Ooh, like a Twinkie. Okay, I like Twinkies. They're cool.
It's like a twink that wants to be a bear, kind of.
Oh.
Oh, you mean like this?
Geek G, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. My secondary one is definitely gonna be a sloth.
No. I don't know. I would say like maybe a sea turtle for me.
So more like this one. Well, all right,
I'm
tough
gonna-
crowd. I can see.
I'm
that.
gonna hang up
Tough
this call. I'm
crowd.
gonna go ahead and say goodbye
tip your
to
waiters.
the stream, and then I might bounce back over here. Figure 3 hours is enough of my bullshit.
Okay.
All right.
4 hours,
All right, sounds
actually.
good.
Everybody wants to probably everyone wants to go to
All
bed.
right.
There's still 20 people here by some weird reason. Why are you
right.
people still here? So
And if you're watching the stream in
Doesn't matter.
100 years,
I'd like to play a little guitar for you. all now.
more power to you. Someone will be watching this in 100 years.
Fuck me, that's out of tune.
all right. So
Oh, Lindsay heard any good joke? Oh wait, he's dead. Okay, Calder, how about that hair?
all right, disconnect that call. All right. So still working on some visuals going on around here. I need to kind of fix this up a little bit. I need to be a little more refined, a little more what's the word I'm looking for here? I'd say professional, but that's bullshit. Their vendors are not professional. Hey, look, there's too much going on. I have to, I've been doing this for 4 hours. I think I've kind of held you all hostage long enough. I can still hop over afterwards and discuss that. There's still 16 people watching, so at least 4 people hung up. Whatever. Look, here's what I want to say. If you're still watching, thank you. If you're not still watching, you're catching this, you weren't able to catch the stream and you watched most of this, thank you. If you watched all of it, are you insane? Get help. Again, congratulations to Mike for 2,000, DP for 1,000, Max, Dr. J and Isa for becoming partner at 1,000 and getting the watch hours. Keep in mind, I'm not kidding about the Unbreakable collection. So that's your challenge. If you don't like the design, decide you don't want to get anything because of shipping and costs and stuff like that, that's fine. If you want to make a donation to the NAVA, take a screenshot of it, send it to me, and I'll still match it. It's only for people who are watching the video. It's not common knowledge. So don't share that with anyone unless they watch the video. So unless you heard it from me and you point out the timestamp of when I said it, that's the rules. Anyway, you guys are the best as a community. You guys are what make me do this. And I would not be here without you guys. Well, I'd probably still be here, but I'd just be more boring and probably looking at my phone or playing with the dog. Who knows? Or maybe I'd be having 2-hour live streams with nothing but a title screen up and be at work and no one would know the difference. DP. Or anyway, thanks for spending your Thursday night with me. So I will catch you guys all on the flip side. I will see you all later. Have a good night. If I don't talk to you, have a great weekend. And yeah, you know what? We will see you guys later. And I promise to make this a little more regular. But, you know, again, Mike's been stealing all the fucking time slots. I don't want to take away from his because everyone knows that you guys are going to pick him over me anyway. So whatever. Let's kick out with the misinformation. You know what? Let's kick out with Yo-Ho because why the fuck not?
Yo-ho, a pirate's like bully.
Yo, Aquaman chillin' with the fishes. Think you're smarter than a fourth with your physics. It's well, you're damn right, brains overflowing. Plus, let's be honest, that charisma showing. And you're damn sexy with that fluffy white hair. Oh, wait a minute, hold up, that's a CC wig, I swear. CC's your best shtick, DC's like Fox. You tricking all the landlubbers with your visual coup.
You see my business, telecom, science galore, but your jokes straight from the gutter's dirty floor. Got a sharp mind and a wicked tongue, making us laugh till our stomachs hung. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. Dan's at the helm, gonna brighten up our day. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. With Dan at the wheel, we're happily led astray. Drink up me hearties, yo-ho.
A home when Mike ditched us in the lurch. You're the architect of awesome, standing tall as a church. Oh, the ladies are dying to see you in your uniform, sailor. Got 'em weak in the knees, a scientific bailer.
And the boys are green with envy, a jealous bird ain't you. Cause you're packing brains and humor, it's undeniably true. You see my business, telecom, science galore, but your jokes straight from the gutter's dirty floor. Got a sharp mind and a wicked tongue, making us laugh till our stomachs hung. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. Dan's at the helm, gonna brighten up our day. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. With Dan at the wheel, we're happily led astray. Drink up me hearties, yo-ho.
You coined our name, Zoo Crew. A motley, horny team with you as our captain. We're weathering every stream,
from understanding radio waves to sinking pints of beer.
You're the best damn zookeeper, and crazy as fuck, oh dear.
Oh! Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. Dan's at the helm, gonna brighten up our day. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. With Dan at the wheel, we're happily led astray. Drink up me hearties, yo-ho.
We're crimson